Hello and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I am Doe. We're back again, this time starting out the day with Tettles, Nagura, and Makes here in Group C. That's right, this weekend we get to find out who the last two teams to get through the groups to go to the Global Finals are going to be. Obviously, we've got the Last Chance tournament coming up next weekend, but for now, this is the final group. Tettles, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. Got some good sleep last night. Gonna see some nice dungeons. I'm really interested to see how this first match between Donuts and Despair and RG NORDICS ends up going, because I've heard some rumors that Donuts and Despair are an incredibly good team. They did take down the second seed across all of the teams for the MDI, and I'm really interested to see how they're going to be able to do today.
Well, Nagura, when you look at our lineup for this weekend, what are the names that stand up for you? Are you all about the Donuts and Despair, or do other names kind of break out for you?
It's interesting because I think this group is pretty similar to Group A, where there's a lot of would say mid-tier teams that are all really good and all have the potential to make top 2. So I do think it's going to be pretty interesting to see who's going to make it this weekend, because we have SLOTH, for example, who is a team that has been competing a lot in the last seasons. Then we have Donuts and Despair, which is, of course, the second seed overall, and kind of surprisingly beat Echo in one of the time trial dungeons. And then we have Ethical, which is a really veteran team, has been competing in the MDI a lot. And of course, we also have OMEGALUL, which is, Dr. J team. They're always really good as well. So I think there's a lot of teams to look out for this weekend.
Okay, question. Is it OMEGALUL or is it WOMEGALUL?
I like WOMEGALUL. Like in our, they do say they like the WoW relic. If you even look at their logo, it kind of looks. The logo even kind of looks like the head of the WoW relic, doesn't it? Like, Makes back me up on this, doesn't it?
Yeah, I have your back on this, Doa. It definitely is the WoW relic. And for the longest time, I actually wasn't sure. So, because in German we say WoW, but I wasn't sure how to pronounce it in English. So I wasn't sure if it was like WoW relic, which I also kind of like.
It sounds great, the WoW relic.
WOMEGALUL.
It's like if Vince McMahon had a relic. Yeah.
You mean Ric Flair?
Or you're right. I don't know I'm not a wrestling guy.
I'm not a wrestling guy either.
Well, you're more of a wrestling guy than me, apparently. Well, here's our FXs for this weekend. There you go. And don't forget, we have Black Rockhold. I had not played Black Rockhold for a very long time. I know it comes back with Legion Time Walking a lot, but I had not done it. I ran through the dungeon this morning again, and I had this flood of memories and terror come back to me when I was going up the stairs and there were the spiders, and then there were the boulders, and then there were the exploding guys. I can't remember the name of the mob exactly, but this dungeon is kind of a nightmare. Do you think we're going to see people do it this weekend?
I mean, I would hope so.
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder if people are going to play it, because if you guys remember, back when Black Rockhold was part of the MDI, they had this strategy where the mages would just spell steal a mob, because they would cast Arcane Blast and then would constantly stack up, and then you could stack it up on a mage, and then you would just one-shot a pack. But it took some time to actually get used to this strategy. And I'm not sure if it's still worth it to even do that, or if it would just be faster to just go. But it probably requires a lot of practice to figure that out, that strategy, and see if it's worth it, and practice it. So I wonder if people had enough time or wanted to put so much time into Black Rockhold.
I got an immediate DM whenever the affixes got released, and after a day of practice, about Sanguine in that dungeon.
In those halls,
really
man.
There.
Yeah, Sanguine and Quaking. Right.
You already
There's going to be nowhere to stand.
So little space. There's a lot of these tiny, tiny hallways. You have to do a lot of dodging. You have to look out where you're stepping, because there's packs coming down the stairs, rolling packs. And then putting that together with Quaking and Sanguine, Quaking just adding that little bit of you have to go an extra step further or an extra step back, I think that can be really, really terrible.
I agree, but luckily for today at least, the teams don't have to worry about it. There's no Blackrock code today in any of the matches. Our 4 matches today, as you can see. But tomorrow is when it starts to kick in, and there's always that chance where if both teams think the other one is banning it, maybe it sneaks through. But here's our maps for today at least, and I just want to see more Tazavesh. Like for me, the 2 Tazavesh dungeons have been the most fun to watch. Maybe it's because they're new. Maybe it's because there's more to discover. Although it's kind of becoming standardized as we go on through MDI. But I really like those dungeons, so I hope we see a couple go through.
I think we will, honestly. Streets especially, it's first of all, it's at 22, so it's not super high key level. And I think it is Sanguine, though, so I'm not sure how people feel about Sanguine and Streets. I think Streets is mostly pretty open, right? It's not like super small corridors, so I think it should be okay, but I'm not really sure.
Oh, look at this.
Technically, I think they could do it really quickly.
Oh.
Now, both teams banned Sanguine Depths, so we will be going Mist, Streets, and Spires of Ascension then. When both teams ban the same map, we just take the first 3 that are available, so that's what we've got. Interesting. All right, so our Sanguine is 22, so it's one of the lower key levels, but it is tyrannical, bolstering explosives. So it's... I don't know. It's what do you think? Why do you think we have the double ban here? I'm a little bit surprised about this one, Tettles.
So, I mean, it's just like a volatile dungeon, and I think that whenever you're looking at it, it's like Mist, Streets. Maybe you would ban the Spires of Ascension in other scenarios, but the Mist, Streets, and DOS are kind of... They're very clear, like, how you're going to be playing the dungeons. Obviously, Mists can't be banned. With Sanguine Depths, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in that dungeon. If you mess up a lantern, you're going to be perpetually be behind for a long time. There's just, like, a lot of issues, like we saw last weekend, where teams would just, like, have 1 or 2 deaths on a lantern pull, and then like their pulls following that would be infinitely harder. And so the Sanguine Depths is just generally a pretty good ban. It's also bolstering, which is kind of obnoxious in there, although explosive is pretty easy to get a 10 stack on the lantern. It kind of makes sense if you're just looking at the pool and how relatively easy the other dungeons are compared to Sanguine.
Fair enough. Well, we got our first matchup of the day getting started here. It's going to be Donuts and Despair versus RG Nordics. Now, I just watched the Northmen a couple days ago, so maybe I'm kind of rooting for the Nordics a little bit. I admit some bias there. But we're getting started here. Let's see who takes the first dungeon.
Yeah, and we're already seeing big differences in the groups, right? Donuts and Despair running that Blood Decay, while RG Nordics is on a Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah, so I do think Demon Hunt has been playing Vengeance Demon Hunter also in the Tan Trials, because I don't think it necessarily make... Yeah, I do think Demon Hunter is just a Demon Hunter, like Vengeance Demon Hunter main. We do have the Blood Decay nerfs that came in recently, right? So I do think we might see more Vengeance Demon Hunters in this weekend's tournament. But additionally, if you play the Havoc Demon Hunter, then I think the Vengeance Demon Hunter doesn't really necessarily provide anything extra, right? So seeing 2 Demon Hunters is not like the most efficient thing, I would say, because most of the utility just overlaps.
I mean, yes, I would agree with that. To be fair, Vengeance has like a little bit more utility when it comes to controlling packs, but we are on a tyrannical key, so I don't really see the need here to go for that Vengeance Demon Hunter. And then I do like seeing that Havoc TH coming out for both of those teams. Demon is actually struggling a lot, barely dropping to his death here, but is able to survive for just a little bit, it feels like. But really, really difficult pull for the side of RG Nordics here. But yeah, I think Havoc is pretty great right now, especially on tyrannical bosses, because you just get to have so much damage coming out of your Sinful Brand. And then if you do big pulls, like let's say you go really big before Tredova, then you just meta into one of these packs and you will do massive damage. But of course, you have to have your meta up to do that pull.
Yeah, it's similar to Guardian Druid as well, where they do a lot of damage and they're very tanky during their cooldowns, but then outside of it, they struggle with aggro, they struggle with damage and survivability, and that usually is a pretty big problem in the MDI if you just keep pulling. But Nordic's actually having some issues as their Hunter goes down on one of those AoE packs coming out from those borers, and Demon Hunt also dropping incredibly low, not having the cheat death available anymore, as Donuts and Despair are already engaging the boss.
Yeah, I mean, those bow breakers can be really, really evil And if on top of that, you just get some of those shots from the Drosts, you can have a really bad time here. And for now, Demons should be safe, at least for a couple of seconds, as Spell Devastation has just been used. And I think they will be able to finish off those Drosts. And then also the Bowbreakers, but that was definitely a very, very scary pull for them.
Yeah, Donuts in Despair though, they still have their Bloodlust available, saved it for Ingra here. And you can see they're also cleaving the boss quite a bit. Usually on live service you would make sure to just completely single target focus down the Drome and to make sure you get that extra damage phase on Ingra as fast as possible. But if you're planning on one facing the boss or maybe do as much damage as possible to Ingra, then sometimes you just end up cleaving a lot more. So now that they did pop their Bloodlust, they're gonna get the Drome into 20%, and then we'll see how low they get the boss. I don't think they can really one-face it on a 23 Tyrannical, but the boss is melting pretty quickly for them, so maybe they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. I mean, they waited with everything for this PI, all of our cooldowns, everything went into this. Bloodlust is still running and Ingra is down to 17% while Droman is back. And now I think you kind of have to see, can you like continue cleaving Ingra? Will that be enough? Or do they have to play it again? But I think they should be fairly safe here and able to finish off the boss, even though Alfarin is back already.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they can finish off the boss, and that is a huge advantage. Because if RG Nordics cannot do the same thing, and they actually have to place another Ingra phase, then that's going to be like a minute of advantage for Donuts in Despair. Let's take a look at RG Nordics now, as they also get their damage phase. You can see everything being popped for their side too, with the PI and the Warlock, and the Bloodlust being used as well. But their boss is not melting quite as much as we saw Donuts in Despair.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe they even knew that they weren't able to execute that phase, so they just decided to go for a more stable damage for both of those phases, since they were already expecting to do that. But as you said, that puts Donuts and Despair into quite a big lead, which RG Nordics are already not in favor of due to their problems with the previous pull. So if they want to catch up, they have to do some crazy stuff in the maze that's coming up, and have to hope that Donuts and Despair are not doing the same thing. Because something we've been seeing for all of the MDIs in this season especially is people with their Warlock Fell Hunter just pulling through the walls, or even with the Hunter pets that we're seeing. So you can get bigger pulls and get some additional count. And if you go really big here, then maybe you can save a little bit of time, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to catch up to Donuts and Despair here.
Yeah, it's actually a lot harder for Group C here in Mist to do bigger pulls through the walls, because we have Inspiring as an affix. And there's a lot of mobs in the maze that need to be interrupted. Like you have heals, for example, from the tenders that need to be interrupted. So if you pull through the wall and there's going to be an inspired mob in there, and then all of a sudden you can't interrupt the mobs anymore, because it's also really difficult to see the inspired mobs that come through the wall, because they're not targetable until the mobs are actually through the wall, right? So the pets can run through, but you can't cast anything through it. So it's really difficult to just get SSC on any kind of inspired mob that comes through. And it looks like Donuts in Despair hasn't pulled too much through the walls yet, at least not in this area, but that might be a reason why. And I'm not sure if RG Nordics can handle that maybe a bit better, as you said, and maybe gain an advantage there, but they're still on Ingra. And you can see at this point, it's already 2 minutes past Donuts in Despair kill time.
Yeah, and I mean, they have like 2 phases, and they're going for a 3rd one right now. So that's even more time lost than we anticipated, which is just, you know, pretty devastating for them. But I do want to point out that, as always, with the first game of a new group day, it's the highest seed playing against the lowest seed. So we're currently seeing Donuts and Despair, who are 2nd seed in the overall, playing against RG Nordics, who were the 23rd seed. So, of course, there's going to be a difference between those 2 teams, and I think they're not even expecting to, like, be quicker than Donuts and Despair. Maybe they're just trying out some stuff for the games after that, because I think if you're a new team coming in that seeding, then it's a lot more realistic to kind of go in and be like, okay, what can we pick up from the other teams on day one? And how far can we actually go in the further days? And we saw this last cup where there was actually, in the middle field, a lot of teams that adapted crazily good from day 1 to day 2 and day 2 to day 3.
Yeah, that is very true. We do see Donuts in Despair now did pull some trash for the walls here on top of this Gorge Gullet. Also having an inspired mob in there, so they have to watch out that they can still interrupt the tender. But it might actually be the tender that is inspired here, so that is the best target for them to have the inspired affix on, because then they can still interrupt it, and the other mobs are not too dangerous when it comes to being immune to CC. But yeah, Donuts in Despair moving really quickly. And I think a lot of teams are not necessarily too familiar with Donuts in Despair compared to other first-seeded teams like Echo, Perplexed, and Monka, because they have been a bit more veteran teams. Donuts in Despair, they actually have competed before, at least 3 of their players did. Yip, Anarchy, and Cryptics, they did play in a team called Goosey Bat in another MDI season. So maybe that name is familiar to you if you've been watching the MDI a lot. And yeah, they're really good players, of course. Each individual players are playing in really high ranked fields. And yeah, it's just impressive how they performed in the time trials, and now also in that first showing in that miss, just such a clean run. 70% trash, 0 deaths, and incredible speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, talk about just absolutely bursting Ingra in a one phase on a plus 23 tyrannical miss, right? There's not many teams that can pull that off, so definitely big respect to them. I do want to highlight that Goosey Bat, if I remember correctly, had that really cute logo of the goose with like the bonk or the honk. I'm not even sure. I think the honk. And I love that logo. So I think that's maybe a little bit of the downgrade. Maybe we can go into some conversations with them and talk about getting back the old team name and logo, because I think it was so much better. But I'm really happy with the team composition here, and I think it really shows that they put a lot of effort into practicing these keys and dishing out the damage the way that they are doing right now. It's really, really impressive, like you said.
Yeah, they're just so fast. I mean, the 75% trash, that means they barely have to play anything after this boss. They can probably do it within 2 pulls, I would say. Have to be a little bit careful with inspiring in that next area, because of course the stack horns need to be interrupted, otherwise they heal and they shield, and you just don't want to see that. So we'll see how they pull the next area. Yeah, 10 minutes into the dungeon and they're almost done with Mistcaller. If we I guess we can't really compare it to the other teams because most of them had fortified instead of tyrannical in Group B and Group A. So it's really hard to compare the times, but yeah, they're definitely setting a really fast time for the other teams to watch out for in this group.
I mean, to be fair, I think you can, if for any dungeon, you can maybe compare it with Mist, as it only has 3 bosses. And a lot of the trash you can't go really big on anyway, because you need to play the maze. So I think we are probably expecting a time like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So sometimes, depending on the maze, because certain maze routes, even though, in case you guys don't know, the maze is RNG for the teams. They don't know which maze they're gonna get, but both teams are getting the same maze for fairness. But that means that if, let's say, Donuts in Despair and RG Nordics play Miss today and they have like a 13-minute clear or 14 minutes, and then another team has a 16-minute clear, that doesn't necessarily mean that the 16 minutes was like a worse run. It could just mean that they got like an unluckier maze that took longer for them to actually get through, technically.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, we're done with the second boss for Donuts and Despair, still running 0 deaths. So I'm curious to see what they do now. We see Yip just going all in, taking that big pull at the beginning that some teams like to skip. Now, I don't think we're going to add on the right side. We're just going to keep on walking and pull everything in front of the team. And that's going to be a big, big, beautiful pull coming out of this team here. Smack dropping pretty low due to the debuff here, but should be able to survive here. Timber running that boon, making sure everything is dying. Just look at the Holy Priest damage coming out. Nearly 30k. That is insanity. Every Havoc Demon Hunter probably crying like right now. I'm with you. I can feel it. I'm very sorry, but that Holy Priest is absolutely blasting. And yeah, they finished off the relic, I think, here. No, I think it's actually Woe. So, yeah, Woe.
Oh no, they okay, so they actually had the inspired larva knocked out and CC with a hunter trap to make sure that they don't have to deal with it. Sometimes teams will just pull the larva in because it has so little HP, so you just focus it down real quick and then do the rest. But because they had to focus down the Woe relic, making sure it doesn't randomly die to AoE or get a different one, so they just CC'd the larva outside. And then at the very end, Yip actually gripped it in, and then the Staghorn started casting that heal. So that was really unfortunate there for a second. But they're all done now, and now they gathered a huge pool where they just gather the rest of this trash here on top of Tredova. And they do have Bloodlust available, and there we go. So now everything has been popped. This is just going to be melting in a second. And the perfect relics have been killed as well. Both Vi and have been killed, which is the perfect damage combination. And to see that kind of single target focus on the relics when there's like 30 mobs and you just try to survive, that is like when a team does that, I always think, okay, they have this practice like a lot and they are really good at what they're doing, because focusing the correct relics down in pulls like these, that is crazy.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And I think that's maybe also one of the reasons why you want to bring that Demon Hunter, just because it's like very good target damage, whereas Warlock and Hunter in general just like to kind of put out an AoE carpet of DPS onto everything. So if you have a Havoc Demon Hunter just like demon spiting the right relic, then maybe that's the trick here. But yeah, they finished nearly everything here. Now they only have to deal with the boss ads that have spawned and are targeted onto Timber. We're actually getting a player cam coming in here while we finish off Tredota 100% on trash count. We don't need anything else, and I really like this time from them. I was thinking maybe we're gonna park between like 14 and 15 minutes, so it's looking like around 15 minutes. Really cool.
Yeah, that was really speedy, and I'm still impressed by the Ingra like one phase. It wasn't like a full one phase, I still had to finish off the boss afterwards. But yeah, that was just a crazy amount of single target damage, and I'm sure they perfectly planned out everything to make sure every single player has their damage completely min-maxed to be able to do that. So that was very impressive by Donuts and Despair. Well played.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah. Donuts and Despair definitely crushing it in their first dungeon of the series. But again, like what would you expect from the number 2 seed, right? And that was fast. It wasn't Echo fast, but again, different week, different affixes, so that's going to play into it as well. But still, dominating victory.
Inspiring in different paths in the maze, definitely change up your path a lot. I actually really like the Havoc Demon Hunter pick from both of these teams. I'm interested to see how much damage it did, but we've seen a lot of Rogue this season.
A lot.
But the Havoc Demon Hunter kind of fills a similar damage profile where it's like a lot of single target damage, and they also bring Chaos Brand, and they also have a decent bit more. It's not like utility in the exact same way because Rogue has a single target. I think it's a lot better for Ingra Malok, just
then
with how
that must be the
set
reason,
up.
right? To be able to one-face it, that must be the reason why they bring it.
I mean, on a
the DPS
23
right now,
tyrannical,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not super bad. Like, Havoc definitely has a place, but of course when you see it next to the Warlock and the Hunter, you always think like, what is this class doing, right? But like you said, Tuddles, there is this specific damage profile that you're looking for that can give us this single target damage, that can specifically target out certain relics, that kind of stuff.
I mean, it's similar. It brings like a very similar niche to Rogue with how it's dealing damage, not necessarily like because Rogue is Shuriken Storming Eviscerating on AoE to like priority down a mob. Demon Hunter is going to be filling like a similar niche, and it's just I think it comes down to like how valuable is that Chaos Brand, how much damage is that going to really be providing for you. We didn't have too terribly much to talk about in regards to highlights for this dungeon. I just thought it was super interesting how Donuts and Despair, they left the inspired mob on this pole trapped. And so then whenever they do kill Mistcaller off, all of the mobs that like even are in combat with them, they'll despawn. And so we've seen teams mess this up sometimes where they'll just lose count. But on an inspiring week, they didn't want the inspired mob on top of Mistcaller. It was going to be hurting them more than it was going to be helping. They would have to like CC it or do other things to make sure they were able to kick the patty cake. And so I thought it made a lot of sense. Beyond that, this was kind of just like a really clean run from Donuts and Despair. They didn't have any deaths. No really noticeable mistakes that they were making. Maybe there was a little bit of healing from the Staghorn at the end, but at the end of the day, this looked like a really solid run from a number 2 seed.
Yeah, when you see huge pulls like that at the end, Tridova, with all those mobs and like 23 Tyrannical, and it goes just fine. Like, they didn't even have a single death that I recall. So, easy 1-0 for Donuts and Despair. And our next dungeon is going to be Tazavesh Streets. So, and that's I think we're on a 21 this week for that, right? So, it might be going very quickly.
22, I think, but still.
22? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very quick. The only thing that they're going to have to really watch out for is that Sanguine affix that we're going to see in the streets. But as I said earlier, I do think it's a pretty open dungeon. So it should be fine to be able to deal with Sanguine. The one thing that can be dangerous is when you pull a lot of trash onto bosses, which is something we see a lot in streets, right? We see mobs being snapped to the last boss, we see mobs being pulled on top of the male boss, mobs being pulled on top of the first boss as well. So if you have Sanguine there, then that can be very dangerous. But if you handle it really well, then it should work out. And yeah, I do think it can be really quick.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, especially with Tyrannical, it's a lot nicer to have than if this key was fortified, because if it was fortified Sanguine, I would essentially worry a little bit about the starting room and around the first boss, where there's just really, really dangerous trash and not a lot of space to deal with it, even with Sanguine despawning, but like... Yeah, so it being Tyrannical, I think, is really helpful here.
So, looking at the time trials, Donut Streets was 1301, and again, the time trial dungeon version of this was going to be a little bit easier than this, so probably going to be a bit higher. But still, some of the fastest times we saw in the time trials are the number 2 seeds. So, it'll be interesting to see kind of how they decide to go through it compared to some of the other teams we've had. So, I'm trying to recall.
There's a lot of jank tech in streets.
Yeah.
There's a lot of jank tech in streets too. That's
it can be.
So
yeah.
not only the stuff that we've seen from the previous couple of MDI weekends, there are also apparently walls that you can blink through to start RP early. And there's a lot of other stuff as well. I'm interested to see like if Donuts and Despair is just going to do kind of similar to the standard MDI stuff that we saw from the past couple of weekends, or if they're going to be maybe even implementing some new tech, because there's a lot of weird stuff that's in this dungeon. Just because it's new and a lot of teams don't really know how to deal with it. So I think that every single weekend we're seeing the meta evolve a little bit more. It's not a ton, but I'm interested to see if Donuts and Despair have their own take on this dungeon at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that other teams have been saying is like, you know, we don't want to show our streets strats. And I think some are still holding some stuff back. So maybe Donuts and Despair are coming in with something new. I would love that. I'm not sure if they want to show it on day 1, if they have something. I think you probably want to play the safe and then show it in day 2 or day 3, where they would be a little bit more scared that they could lose it. I think they're pretty confident in this matchup, to be honest.
I think based on the way that first map went, they definitely should be. So we'll see if Nordics can put up a bit of a fight. They've still obviously got the lower bracket to have a second chance at things if things don't go well today. But for now, Donuts and Despair going for that 2-0.
Yeah, and if both of the teams did their homework, then they actually could have looked at Echo's strategy, because in Group A, which was Echo's group, they actually had very similar affixes in this dungeon. They had the same key level, and they also had Tyrannical. They did have Inspiring instead of Sanguine, so definitely a little bit different, but not a major difference. I would say that the Echo strategy can kind of be copy-pasted as a blueprint into their dungeon here. I think so. And it was really quick. It was a 14 minutes 34 clear, and it looks like Donuts and Despair are not copy-pasting though, as they are not doing this big pull that we saw Echo do here in this room, where they just pulled everything. They're just going with the right side. So they pulled everything on the right side, but they left the left side, and they also didn't pull that mini boss either yet.
Yeah, so I think, again, maybe just going into it a little bit safer here, as they're not too worried about the matchup. I would say we're going to see them pull the left side here and get those extra relics. And then I think, yeah, we're just going to pull into the boss here. So nice big pulls centered around, like the mini-boss centered around Sophex are doing a lot for them here. And we will probably also add the trash that's in the far left corner once the rest here has died and the boss is a little bit more down in HP.
Okay, so I lied. So they did pull the mini-boss in that first pull, right? Yeah, because this is the actual boss. So they actually had engaged the mini-boss on the previous pull, and they even used Bloodlust for that first trash pull, which is interesting, right? Because it is tyrannical. So committing Bloodlust for a trash pull like that is definitely interesting. Maybe they felt like they have to use Bloodlust really early in the dungeon to get it back later, but that would mean that they're incredibly fast, so we'll see about that.
Yeah, I mean, right, they're not expecting a time around 20 minutes, they would expect a time around 10 minutes then, if they need to use it at the very start, just to clarify that. But I do think a little bit is also coming back to this trash, even on Tyrannical, is not the easiest. It's plus 22, and maybe if you use it at the start, we just saw them kill Vi, that gives them the extra haste buff, so you don't necessarily need the Bloodlust before that, so just playing around it really smart, making sure you have it earlier if you have, you know, that kind of Exodia run where you get through really, really quick, so you can make use of a second Bloodlust. But on the other side of the screen, we are seeing RG Nordics, who are now fighting the mini-boss, and after that, they will also be able to start the first boss fight.
And you can see Donuts and Despair definitely are struggling a little bit to not get the boss to heal here from Sanguine, right? They've engaged this pack a while ago, and they had to drag the boss almost back to the entrance of this room because the mobs were really low HP, and you can see the boss actually, got one tick there, but either way the boss did go down. But yeah, Sanguine definitely not easy if you constantly want to pull trash on top. And you can see the Woe Relic has been killed quite a long time ago, so they still have some of the buff left, but not sure if it's going to be enough for them to actually engage the event as well. You can see Timber is going to be running forward. Yeah, exactly. So they're doing something similar we've seen Echo deal here, where the healer just runs forward, pulls the event, and then everyone else deals with this trash mech in the meantime.
Yeah, here we see Timber in the corner on the little fox, and Yip is just super stable there, healing himself, not going to be too worried about anything. Wamplet is still available, but Cryptix goes into seed here. I think it was either the bolt or a frontal. I couldn't see it quick enough, but went down there, actually died in the seed, I think then 2 bolts.
This is really bad.
Timber now back with the group.
Yeah, because you can see there's so many ranged casters that are not gathered up with the rest of the group. They're just casting from the side. And now a bunch of Sanguine heal went off. You can see 1.26 million Sanguine healing because some of the mobs didn't get interrupted. They were just missing the damage from Cryptix, but it looks like they've recovered. So they should be fine as they use that Battle Rest to get Cryptix back up from the DK. So it looks like they're fine. While Timber is dealing... Oh, they actually have their healer deal with the trade goods here. Usually we see the Demon Hunter do this, but for them it's actually Timber, and they have their Woe Relic, right? So they're not going to be engaging the Strong Arm.
I don't think so. I do want to highlight that Timber is running that Priest Legendary Transmog on the staff there from Legion. And maybe that's a hint to Black Recall this weekend. I would love it. I'm just going to copium this theory because that's what I would like to see. But yeah, Donuts and Despair still on that pole. There's one of the wise guys in the background. One of them fully healed earlier, like you were saying, Nagura. And now Timber is back with the group, but they still need to finish it up here. They lost a bunch of time due to that death and also how long this pole took here.
Yeah, definitely lost a lot of time. I don't think they have too much to worry about because RG Nordics is still fighting the first boss on their side. And of course, this is, again, the number 1 seed of this group versus the last seed of this group. So it's kind of expected that Donuts and Despair is much quicker. But still, if you make these kind of mistakes, you can maybe get away with it this time for this matchup, right? But if you want to stay in the upper bracket, then you cannot make these kind of mistakes against other groups. So definitely have to make sure they look at what went wrong and fix it for next time. But thankfully, they did manage to recover, which is also a good sign for the team. Things didn't fall apart completely and they had to like full vibe or whatever. They managed to get the rest out, they managed to recover, and that's also a good sign. So they're now in the mail room and dealing with all of that trash in that area, constantly moving it in to make sure the Sanguine is not affecting them in this room.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Nagura, I think today is still kind of feeling out the water and seeing how we do for all of these teams, to be honest. And if they run into errors like this tomorrow, it's going to be a tough time to stay in that upper bracket. Then on the other hand, I feel like I was saying earlier, RG Nordics and the other lower seeded teams, I feel like they can pick up a lot just playing against these higher seeded teams, and maybe they can even give them a harder time in the following days. But Donuts and Despair are doing that Postmaster, and as we've seen in previous cups, we are using these little haste bubbles from the Male Elemental to just get a little bit of extra haste buff, trying to stand in it here. There's also the Vi Interceptor just shooting around randomly, but we're gonna kill that now. And we have another Male Elemental here that should be dying soonish, so we never try to stack those haste buffs, just do them one by one and get a continuous haste buff throughout the fight.
Now we're gonna see all the bombs being thrown to Timber here, one after the other. It has to be really quick to make sure. Ooh! Everyone is just throwing the bombs, and Timber's like, hey guys, calm down, yeah, I need to heal as well. As everyone's dropping quite a bit low, but did manage to recover through all of the bombs into that vent. And now, as you said, the other haste bubble has been spawned, but unfortunately, because it's Sanguine, it's actually creating the bubble, but also the Sanguine pool underneath. And the bubble is just barely bigger than the Sanguine pool, so that's why they're standing on the side of it. So they still get the haste buff, but they don't stand in the Sanguine. But yeah, that's a little bit of an unfortunate combo with the Daphix and the bubble.
Yeah, but they managed to finish off that boss still on that one death that we saw earlier. And now RG Nordics are doing the little bazaar. RP, we see Sinman in the corner running around trying to start it. And we should be pulling the Postmaster soon enough from Demon Hunter. Demon Hunt XD, I'm sorry. Yeah, Demon Hunt XD, you have to remember that name, it's very creative. So yeah, it looks like Donuts and Despair are killing off another Woe Drifter. Oh no, yeah, you can see a lot of Sanguine healing going off for RG Nordics here again. Some of the maps are really hard to move, especially because you also don't play a comp that has many movement abilities compared to Donuts and Despair having the DK, right? You have the Mash Grip, you have the Single Grip, while RG Nordics with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, they really only have like the Shining Force, which is and
not always the best ability to use. Yeah, and
maybe the Sigil Grip,
which...
so that would work as well, but yeah, it has a rather high cooldown compared to like the single target grip from a Blood DK, so definitely a little bit more unfortunate. And we see Yip just running around getting some additional trash count before they go down into the, what is it called? The Oasis?
Oasis? Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Oh, they actually, did they get the mini boss? And an Enforcer?
Ooh, that's a scary pull.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So they pulled the Warden, like the Gatekeeper that is standing in front of the last boss's teleporter, and they also pulled an Enforcer. Which just mean that they're gonna have a 20% damage increase, or is it 30? 20 or 30 on all of the mobs around. Yeah. So they have all of this damage increase on the mobs because the Enforcer applies that buff to everything around it. But it also applies a buff that they do 20% more damage to everyone. That's why Timber and Anarchy just dropping so low there to all that damage coming out. And now Sanguine pools are sitting everywhere. You can see 680k Sanguine healing going off for Donuts and Despair here as well. So this is definitely not easy for them to handle. But if it works out, it's going to be very efficient because of that 20% damage increase, really making sure that you deal with this boss quicker.
Yeah, not only is there Sanguine, but also the mini-boss does these kind of sparkly orbs everywhere, and it connects two players that have to run away from each other. So they are really in a little bit of spacious trouble, but they were able to finish off the Warden, and now they can just continue doing the trash of the Oasis boss. And I really, really love the strat. It's of course very dangerous to kind of put that Enforcer together with the mini boss and then the additional trash that might come. But it's super efficient if you can pull it off, and I love seeing how they did that.
Yeah, and they're up to 100% trash now. 11 minutes into the dungeon, and they only have bosses left. They have to do this boss, the Grand Menagerie, and the last boss, but it's just back-to-back-to-back bosses. They also have Bloodlust available now. I would assume they're just saving it for whichever boss they think it's the most usage on. But it's also interesting to see that they're not gonna pull that Enforcer onto the last boss anymore, right? Unless they want to go overcount. Because in my opinion, it's useful to get an Enforcer on the last boss, right? Getting the 20% damage increase. But maybe earlier when they wiped, actually Ninja pulled something.
Yeah,
maybe that's possible. So they're just going overcount basically, and it's just not intended.
Yeah, I would. So just from routing, I think that would be the case here. I'm also a little bit surprised that with the very early Bloodlust timing that we saw from Donuts and Despair, that they didn't decide to kind of Bloodlust the Warden and Enforcer pull that they just did. I mean, yes, it's tyrannical, and you're probably only going to get a second Bloodlust, but I feel like it would make sense here, maybe. Just knowing that you might not want to go for the Enforcer for the final boss.
They definitely should. I think it's super worth it to go for the Enforcer with the last boss, right? Especially if you have less saves for it. I think the logical kind of explanation that I came up with in my head is that they really just like ninja pulled something earlier, an accident when they had this wipe, or they didn't wipe. They just had one death, right? And
they
maybe
had a little bit of a struggly pull.
Yeah, so maybe they still are gonna pull the Enforcer on the last boss. But usually they wouldn't be at 100% here. So yeah, maybe that's what happened. But we'll see later on, as RG Nordics did struggle a little bit on the male boss. Did end up having a bunch of deaths here. But I think they managed to finish it off. Yeah, there we go. So thankfully they managed to finish it off. Have no battle restes left anymore. Though as their healer went down a few times. And yeah, they're just struggling a little bit, but at least they're playing somewhat clean, right? They have the 5 deaths, which didn't cost them too much, I would say, overall. Like, it's not that they had a full team wipe or anything. So I think RG Nordics is playing safe enough and clean enough for their position in this matchup.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think it's also very scary to kind of, one, be the first team to play in a cup, and then to be forced to play against the most dangerous team of said cup. So I do want to credit that to them, that maybe their nerves are already a little bit more jitterish than they would normally be due to those kind of external factors. And then I think they're doing a really good job for how they came into the tournament, being like the second to last seed. I think it's very, very strong what we're seeing right now. Of course, not as quick as Donuts and Despair, but definitely a lot more efficient and quicker than most people would be able to pull off.
I'm looking at the Demon Hunter camera and the RG Nordic side, and it's so funny how the Demon Hunter is holding the trade goods. It's just like as if he's holding it on his like neck, you know?
Yeah, he's biting into it because Demon Hunters are edgy like that.
I would not be surprised if that's what they choose to do.
I mean, I'm a Demon Hunter player. I can tell you that's how it's done.
Yeah,
just
you're
carry it by your
yourself.
teeth. Well, that comes with the class. So, Donuts and Despair are back on a boss. This time, we are in the Menagerie. We are on Acolyte. And RG Nordics are looking to kind of close the gap. They have played that roleplay, and they're also on the way to the Menagerie, but there goes a grip into the Sanguine, and the Sparkcaster is healed for a lot here. We are a little bit of yeah, scared by the HP bars right now. Danelocks especially taking so much damage, but Kavisa is able to chop them off and make sure they don't go down here. But here comes 2 more Sanguine Puddles into the Peacekeeper's beautiful cage coming out from one of the Demon Hunters here to make sure that Peacekeeper stops casting and moves out of the field. But it has already healed for quite a lot, so they're just going to drag it onto the boss here.
Yes, I've been looking at Donuts in Despair a little bit because we have seen Echo had like this really cool trick in this area where they would basically leave a Woe Drifter outside, make sure that they are de-aggroed by using Shadow Melt and Feign Death from the Havoc Demon Hunter plus the Hunter. And then afterwards, while they're fighting this boss, they kind of had a pet from the Warlock just wait outside the whole time, and then the pet pulled that Woe Drifter to make sure they have that side. And I've been looking to see if I can find Cryptic's pet anywhere, to see if it's actually there, just in case they do the same strategy. And I haven't really seen it, but it's also like really hard to spot the pet because they're usually behind the boss. And I don't see a Woe Drifter come in, so it looks like they're not doing this strategy. But not sure if they just decide to not do this right now, or if they generally never planned on doing this. It's really hard to tell, right? Because
I mean, to be fair,
they can save so many strategies if they want to. Right?
Yeah, they definitely can do that. But I am seeing a Ghoul and the Hunter pet behind the boss, and I didn't see the Fell Hunter. So I'm not sure where it is, but I couldn't find it.
Oh yeah,
maybe it was just not even summoned. There was an imp, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you use an imp to magic dispel the debuff, because there's this debuff that gets applied to 2 players, right? The healer can mass dispel 1 stat, but then only has 1 dispel for the other stat. So using the imp for dispel makes sense. And it looks like they're not pulling the enforcer.
I was gonna say, you could see Cryptics put down a demonic circle, but he was walking towards the boss here, so if they wanted to pull an enforcer here, he would have to go down and actually pull it and pour it back up. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for. They're just gonna pull So Ask Me like this, gonna pop Bloodlust here, and they have shown what they can do in terms of like pure single target blast in the Mist Key. So I don't think the boss will give them too much trouble here. Maybe they just decided to, with the kind of trash count being at 100% already, that they don't have to go for it. They can just, play it down like this and don't need to enter any additional risks, I guess.
Yeah, but looking at the time, right, we're 18 minutes, almost 19 minutes into this dungeon, and if we compare this to Echo's time, who had very similar affixes, then it's 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes slower, actually. So I do think that Donuts in Despair either are holding back a lot, because they know that RG Nordics is so far behind, and they're the last seed, so they can just, hide some of their strategies. Or it's also possible that Donuts in Despair maybe doesn't have this dungeon in their route through the dungeon that many times, right? So they just say, okay, we need to play good enough so we beat RG Nordics, but we don't necessarily need to practice it that much, because maybe in the other dungeon pools throughout the upper bracket, this dungeon isn't actually there that often. But we would have to double check that with the dungeon pools. As Donuts in Despair is finishing off So Ask Me now. And yeah, what a clean run. They had this 1 death on their Warlock, but the miss earlier was 0 deaths, and really, really clean by Donuts in Despair, making sure they're winning their first series against RG Nordics.
That's right. Nothing. I don't see any despair really in Donuts in Despair. It seems more like just donuts and joy. I don't know. I was trying to think of like a positive word that started with D, but I can't think of one. Like a
donuts
happiness
and
word.
destruction.
Donuts and destruction. That's perfect. Yeah, that's right.
Keys. Boom.
They absolutely destroyed those keys. That's perfect. All right, they'll have to change their name. Donuts. Well, I was thinking about like a positive thing, like donuts. Maybe donuts and
destruction
destiny,
can be positive. What do you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Or if you get hit by the
destruction warlock, then it's positive. Yeah.
If you get hit by the frontal, it's donuts and deconstruction.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, there we go.
If you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs, and a lot of mob eggs were broken. I don't know. By Donuts in Despair, I don't know where I'm going with this. Either way, they got the 2-0 win over RG Nordics. Nordics obviously have a chance down the lower bracket, but man, Donuts in Despair looking really good in their first series here on MDI.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a couple mistakes. There was like some sanguine healing in the pull after the first boss, but realistically, Donuts in Despair looked about as expected. Their pathing was really good. RG Nordics, I thought that they showed a lot of promise and a lot of potential if they were able to kind of string together some of their runs and have a little bit more practice. They ended up looking pretty good, but Donuts in Despair is our second seed. Doing pulls like this into the first boss, not like having pretty much minimal sanguine healing on a pull like this is crazy. I didn't necessarily know that this pull was doable, especially on sanguine until I saw them do it. Then they had a couple of issues with some of the healing after the first boss, just with like some of the sanguine packs, those mobs getting stuck in the sanguine over and over again. And I thought that this was like really cool how they were dealing with these the throwing of the briefcases on Donuts in Despair side, just Timber standing there, everybody lobbing them into him, and then him stacking back up for the Postmaster. And then this was like one of the last super cool things. This was like the final trash pull that they needed in this dungeon. They snapped the mini-boss. So we don't see Commanders of Far pulled basically ever because it's really... Okay, so first off, not the most efficient mob. It's not that bad, but it's not super efficient. It's also really, really obnoxious for melee to be able to deal with because it like drops like these circles that are on the ground as well. That pull is really sketchy, but Donuts in Despair made it look really solid. And I mean, they were able to take down the Series 2-0, and they looked about as expected, is how I would describe it. So really good.
Hey, how far would you say they pulled that commander to get him there? They pulled him so far.
Oh, no,
That's right. That's right. I'll be here all weekend. I'll be here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome. Donuts in Despair.
It was great. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Thank you. Support is nice once in a while. RG Nordics down to the lower bracket. They will face somebody else at some point tomorrow. Meanwhile, our next match is going to be Ethical versus Alpha Brawl. But, wow, Donuts in Despair looking like a shoe-in right now. We'll see if anyone's quick enough to take him down later. But I don't know. What do you think, Negro? Do you think the rest of this group is going to be a bit closer? Do you think we're going to see some kind of, the cream rise to the top, as it were, for the rest of these matches today?
It's really hard to tell, honestly, because I think that Donuts in Despair, in Mist, it looked really good. I think that was a really good dungeon. But this street ski, I think this ski can be done a lot faster. Like, I'm not sure if they held back or if it was like a different reason. But like 19 minutes, I don't think that's fast for the affixes that they have in this dungeon. I think it can be done in probably like 15, 14 something. So I do think that there's... like other teams can do this dungeon quicker, and as I said earlier, I think teams like Ethical, OMEGALUL, and Sloth, I think they all have a very huge potential to take down Donuts in Despair if this is like their normal showing. Of course, I'm not really I don't know Donuts in Despair as well as a team because this is like their first time competing with this kind of setup with those 5 people. So I'm not sure if this was like their normal kind of speed or if they're going to be much quicker, right? It's hard to tell from this very first series.
What do you think needs to change then?
Well, to answer that question, I think where it went wrong for them is that pull where we saw Timber walk away, and then they had so much sanguine healing, and also their Warlock, which is like the main DPS source, went down, and I think they also overpulled there. So if I had to kind of destruct that key, as we were saying, then that was definitely the breaking point where I think they lost a lot of time, and they could have finished that pull like a minute quicker at the least.
Yeah, I still think their route was not good though, right? Like,
you think their route was bad?
Yeah,
I really liked the pull with the Warden and the Enforcer into Oasis.
I didn't like it.
But I think they started the event too late. So I think they should have started the event when they started that poll. So I'm not sure if they wanted to start it, but forgot to do it. Like, you started it, right? I thought you were doing that, and then nobody started it.
Well, their boss order was weird. Their boss order was weird.
It's definitely a little bit different.
They didn't pull an Enforcer onto the last boss, which would have made a lot more sense than to pull it onto the Oasis. right? And then they didn't have the woe relic onto the menagerie, which we saw Echo do, and that's obviously very quick. And they could have switched the map order as well. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things they could have done different, but it's possible that they just didn't want to show it, right?
True. Maybe they were doing the basic route, the basic route to like
Maybe,
fool
yeah.
the competition or something like that. I don't know.
Draftnos Elite route.
Well, there you go.
The MDI specific.
I didn't want to bring it out. I didn't want to bring out the Draftnos route. Yeah, we're only getting started. That's right. But we're going to take a quick break, everybody. When we come back, our second match of the day, it's going to be Ethical versus Alpha Brawl here on MDI. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back to MDI, everybody. Doe here along with Mex, Nagura, and Tettles as we get ready for our second series of the day. It's going to be Ethical versus Alpha Brawl. Now, we were chatting as a group just a moment ago before the show went live again, discussing, because we've got the 11th seed in Ethical versus the 14th seed in Alpha Brawl. Seems pretty close, right, in terms of seeding from the time trials. Is this going to be a close match? Well, Tettles says no way. So we're going to get you to stand by what you said a moment ago. Why do you think this one is going to be one-sided?
So Ethical did this last season whenever they were under the name Obey Alliance, where they showed up. They were the 9th seed or something last season. And then they proceeded to beat Complexity and beat Ambition in their weekend. Very similar players. Chompy, 40 in shape, all back from that last season. They've also played MDI a ton, and I think that this team, I know that they've put in a decent amount of practice, and I have a strong suspicion that if we were picking two, it's going to probably be like two of these three teams that are going to take down the weekend between Donuts and Despair, OMEGALUL, and Ethical, and I do think that this Ethical team is just going to be a little bit better than what we're going to expect to see out of Alpha Brawl.
I do want to say one thing though. I was streaming earlier, and Holo and Shape were in my stream, and they said they haven't slept.
Okay,
wow, okay. We're here to wreck Tettle's predictions.
So
I
don't know about that.
Great.
I like it. Well, we'll see what happens. Dungeon number 1 already underway. Let's get into halls.
I don't know anything about the...
Wow.
Ethical playing a really interesting composition. So the two things that are standing out to both of us here is obviously the Resto Shaman and the Windwalker Monk. Those are pretty atypical picks for this dungeon, would you say?
Well, we have seen the Resto Shaman a few times, right? Because of the Cursed spell. Because the Priest is really good for the dungeon, but doesn't have a Cursed spell. But quickly interrupting their thought, as Alpha Brawl has some issues.
Oof.
Their healer and their rogue going down. And did use a Battle Rest to get their healer back up. But having a rogue that's here is difficult, especially with all of those explosives not being finished off. But it looks like they can still recover the pull. So it's only the shard alive. They're going to be able to release and come back and finish off this shard. But still a pretty big time loss for Alpha Brawl, as Ethical did a much larger pull on their side, 27% trash that they finished off, and they had no issues.
All right, so now Ethical grabbing their second shard. This is actually a very scary pack, but I think that this is where the advantage of like the Windwalker Monk DPS actually comes in. So whenever there are a lot of pulls that you don't have like super strong offensive CDs for, so say you didn't have the Infernal for a pack like this, the Windwalker Monk and the Surf Hunter are going to be able to kind of carry you. But Shape, even just able to use his set, using those Blasphemy procs to be able to do 60k DPS, making me look very foolish as 40 without cooldowns as well, only at 40k DPS doing Vengeance Demon Hunter damage. Ooh!
Oh, that was such... So what happened there was 40 actually had a debuff on the magic debuff, but I do think that Holo possibly has dispelled the curse that was on 40 before, and then there was no dispel left for that magic debuff, and no dwarf rage or anything available either. So 40 going down there, but did still manage to finish off the pack, only that shard left for them to finish. And yeah, I do think Windwalker, especially with the recent buffs, they have been buffed recently by 4%, I believe, overall. So that should be pretty valuable, especially when it's a fortified dungeon, right? And you're just doing so many huge AoE pulls.
It's also important to note that a point that I forgot to bring up before we started. Chompy and Jack have actually swapped roles. So Jack was tanking during time trials, and then after time trials, he was like, "I'm not having fun on this tanking thing," and Chompy was like, "Well, I'll tank if you'll play Hunter." And so now they've just basically swapped around. But both Chompy and Jack, very strong players. It doesn't surprise me that they were able to kind of swap roles fairly seamlessly and make it work.
That is a little bit crazy to me because Chompy has been playing MDI for a long time, and he actually started out as a Moonkin player, right?
Yes.
And he switched to Windwalker, I believe he played, and then he played Mistweaver.
Yes, he did.
Was healing as well, and
Yep.
now he's switched again from like a DPS role. No, I don't remember which role he played, which class he played. Now he's a tank. So he is just going through all of the classes and all of the roles and somehow keeping up a performance, which is pretty crazy.
And Hollow is back from... Okay, so he was in Shadowlands Season 1. Ooh, Ethical having some deaths. Looks like their body pulled a trash pack on accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
So-
unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a woe. They have the woe buff, but they pulled something anyway. It's possible that it was some sort of pet that maybe triggered something and then got other people in combat. Looks like they are using the
Alpha
Battle
Brawl.
to get 40 back up as well. The Alpha Brawl has just issues over issues on this shard pull. It looks like they even have to reset it. Yeah, they had to reset that pull as they ramped up 14 deaths at this point. So very unfortunate chain of events in halls. And I think we all know this, where you like do these huge pulls, and then people just keep dying, and you release and you come back and you die again, and you release and you come back and you die again, and that is exactly what seems to be happening here for Alpha Brawl, unfortunately.
Oh, yep. We've all been here, and at this point, it's definitely a moment where you're like, okay, so 22, and then the rest of the team's like, yeah, let's just restart on a 22, and like that's, oh no.
Oh, they're still in combat.
They're jumping off, they're jumping off, they're jumping off, they're jumping off.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate for them, and the problem is as well that it looks so easy when they execute these big pulls properly, if you look at the ethical side, but you have to remember this is a 45 Raging 23. Like, Raging 45 is such a difficult combo and affixes to deal with, especially if you do these huge pulls, and if one thing goes wrong, all of a sudden you're missing a certain AoE CC that you needed for your tank to survive. Or you're missing the amount of damage that you need to finish off the trash pack before it kills someone else. You're running out of interrupts and so on. And if you have a full team wipe, it's really hard to recover from there, because all of a sudden you're missing all of these offensive cooldowns and defensive cooldowns that made the pull even possible in the first place. And now you can see Alpha Brawl has to go really slow. They cannot replicate those pulls anymore they had planned to do in the first place.
I mean, it's like, there are two types of people: those who have had this happen to them in Halls of Atonement, and liars. And so it's like I think that we've all had this happen, where it's just like the rage effects and the explosives can definitely get out of hand, and then like one thing spirals into another, and the Shard of Halkias then is like on top of your corpse, and it's something that just happens in dungeons relatively frequently, and it's like, I doubt this happened to Alpha Brawl a ton in practice. It's one of their first times even being on the MDI stage, so they're definitely getting a lot of experience as their first time, and I think that it's not going exactly the way that they wanted it to, but they're able to recover. They're starting to pull the Shard of Halkias again. On the side of Ethical, they did have another death. They were able to commit a battle res on Halkias, and they're going to be getting this boss down in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, one thing I want to note as well is that Ethical is taking the time to actually DPS the gargoyles below 30% and then mind control it afterwards. So they are using the affix to their advantage here, making sure the gargoyles are doing more damage with that enrage affix on them before they mind control it. And they also finished off a woe relic there at the very end of Halkias to make sure they get that stealth plus the movement speed to be able to quickly push to that second boss. And yeah, I mean, really clean by Ethical so far. They do have those 4 deaths, but I think it was mainly because of that accidental pull that they had earlier between the trash pulls, so it wasn't too big of a time loss for them.
So we've actually seen a lot of teams, even during Raging, just electing to instantly mind control the Stoneborns. How do you feel about like the difference between getting it into that enrage effect, and while it does like impact the mind control damage, it's like more dangerous and you're getting less value sometimes? Or do you think it's just almost always better? Do you think it's almost always better during Raging?
I think it just, like, if you do a trash pull with a shard, I think you just mind control it immediately, because you want the damage reduction as well, because it's so risky to do those pulls in the first place. And the trash pulls are usually much quicker than like a boss. But if you do a boss and the boss is going to be alive for so long that you get the full duration of the Stoneborn anyway, even if you do push it into Enrage first, then that just makes sense, right? I think. Like, on a boss, it really just makes sense, because you just cleave them down to the start with the relic that you heal. You just, like, have the Warlock Rain of Fire instead of Chaos Bolting, and then afterwards you just mind control them when they're low. I think it does make sense.
Yeah. Alright, so now Ethical going to be downing Echelon here in just a couple more moments. And this is one of the reasons that Hollow is on that Restoration Shaman, just the ability to be able to dispel Shape here, so that way Shape is not going to get hit by that Echelon lead. We've seen some weekends where teams are just running like 5 dwarves and they're electing to forego that dispel, but ethical deciding that Dispel just makes their dungeon a little bit more consistent. I think on Raging Fortified it kind of makes sense because it's not just about Echelon 2, but it's about those circles, the decurse circles that are coming off the obliterators that you have to be scared of. But it's one of those things that, like, this dungeon very dangerous without a decurse, and the teams that forego the decurse are a lot more aggressive than I would like to be in this dungeon.
Yeah, I agree. I think having a decurse just makes sense with the affix combination they have, because otherwise you are... Because usually a decurse from the circle, from the trash mobs in the area at the start, can be survived if you have some sort of defensive, right? But not on Raging, right? Then you're just gonna die. But 40 actually goes down here, and they don't have a Battle Rush available for another 20 seconds. And that's the curse of playing melee, right, in this key. Just melee have such a hard time surviving this dungeon when you do these kind of huge MDI pulls, because there's so many frontals that are being casted from any of these mobs. And it's also probably pretty easy to get aggro, so I'm not sure if it was aggro, if it was frontals. But yeah, either way, playing a Windwalker in this dungeon is not easy.
Yeah, exactly. And then also Chompy is on that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and while Vengeance Demon Hunter does do a fairly high amount of damage, it's not all just like upfront damage. And so like if 40 does go in Spinning Crane Kick, there is a chance for him to rip threat. He may have actually just got hit by the Dark Blade or something like that. I suspect he has one of those patented gunshot weak aura sound packs for all frontals that you need as any melee. But there's a lot of things that could potentially go wrong on these pulls, and it's just like, it's really difficult to talk about how many variables go into these MDI pulls, and just kind of explain how difficult they really are, because we see teams perform them almost to perfection, but it's like there is a lot of moving parts that are going on here.
Oh yeah, for sure. As Alpha BRAWL unfortunately did have another full wipe on their side.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, things just fell apart, and it's really hard to recover in this dungeon if anything goes wrong. Yeah, I think while doing this big pull, another difficult point in the dungeon where you just pull all of these Dark Blade, all of the casters on top of... Actually, they left both of the Stoneborns outside. Very interesting. I wonder if they pull them now and immediately control them, or if they pull them and get them into Raging first. Maybe use them... Oh, do you think they can one-face the mini-boss with 2 Raging Stoneborns? Without killing the neutrals?
The question... do they need 2? The question is, do they need 2 on that? And is that worth? Like, would you rather just... Yeah. So the answer is, I think, yes. But the question is, like, do you want to push 2 of those into, like, enraging? Like, that's the part that kind of you lose it for me, is because, like, the amount of time that you're going to have to spend to push both of those Stoneborns into enraging is pretty bad.
I think it would have made sense if they pulled it at the start when they were AoEing anyway. Right?
I think they're just going to
all of the trash into the boss. Because then they wouldn't have lost any damage. They would have just AoE'd it down. But now cleaving them down with the boss, that would actually cost them boss damage, right? Because then they would have to press AoE buttons instead of single target buttons.
So what if it's 1 raging, 1 not?
Yeah,
so
maybe
what they've done right here is they've pulled 1 Stoneborn. Elise is down to 20%. I suspect that this Stoneborn is going to be able to get below that 30% threshold that you need for it to be enraged. And then they do still have that 1 Stoneborn that's left off to the side. And then it's like, you may as well grab that at some point, because that's just like free damage. And if they needed both 1 enraging, 1 non-enraging to burn Inquisitor's Cigar, because it's a 23%. Like, burning him before he casts his heal is crazy amount. Like, it is a crazy amount of damage. But I do think 1 enraging, 1 non-Stoneborn could be the way that actually gets killed off before the heal.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're planning to do, as the Stoneborn is very close to being in Raging range, and the other Stoneborn is now being engaged as well. So now they have the Raging Stoneborn plus the normal one, and it looks like they are attempting to have a one-phase mini-boss fight here, which is crazy in a 2345, because the amount of HP this boss has is pretty high. Maybe they even commit Bloodlust? I wonder.
No way.
As their last is ready. I mean, it is really hard, 2345, but we'll see. As the Gargoyles are now in, they did finish off the Ur Relic as well. Looks like they're not lasting, but still, take a look at Cigar and see if they can finish off this boss before that second cast comes out. Oh, that's crazy damage that these
So look at this.
Snowboards are doing.
Cigar is
Wow.
enraged. Okay, now immediately soothing the cigar. Oh man, this is going to be so tough. They're going to be really, really close here. It's kind of interesting to me to see Shape as the person who's playing Vinthier for Ethical. We've seen a lot of different Covenant choices for Warlocks across... We've basically seen all Covenant choices for the Warlock, so it's not the most surprising thing that he was the one who elected to do it, but it's just not a typical pick from Destruction Warlock is what I would say.
I think we've seen it a few times in halls.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was more of a defensive choice to go with Ventlier, because whenever you do those big shard pulls and those big trash onto boss pulls, then I think having the curses and everything actually is really nice. Because you have so many casters, and having Curse of Tongues on all of those casters makes it so much easier for you to be able to interrupt the bolts. And also, additionally, not only do you want to interrupt the bolts to make sure the tank survives, but you also want to make sure you actually interrupt the curses, because you only have that many dispels on the trash pulls, and sometimes you have to save your dispel to make sure you dispel the magic effect instead of the curse. So maybe it's more of a defensive choice, I'm not sure.
Interesting. I mean, Shape did get a lot of value out of the Vinthier, just being able to control those Stoneborns there too. All right, so now Ethical here. They have popped their Lust. Like you said, it did come up a little bit early. I think that just was due to the fact that they had some deaths. There was a couple of problems just on a couple of packs. That 40 death, I think, on that full after Echelon maybe cost them a little bit of time, so their cadence on their Lust was a bit slower than maybe they would prefer. But it looks like Ethical does still have that Lust for Lord Chamberlain. They have all of their offensive CDs available to them here. They just need to get through this last Ritual of Woe, make sure that none of those lines contact these pillars. And then from here, this is going to look pretty good for Ethical. It's a 23 fortified. They have dropped that Spirit Link Totem. Chompy shouldn't really have too many issues tanking the final 10% of Lord Chamberlain here.
Yeah, I mean, they did say that they didn't sleep, and they're probably awake for I don't know how much, but you can't really see it, as they did perform pretty well in this halls. 16 minutes 24 into the dungeon, the boss is about to go down. They did have those 5 deaths, but didn't cost them too much time. Of course, in comparison to Alpha Brawl, who are up to 52 deaths. But hopefully they can recover for the next dungeon, because this series is not over just yet.
Yep, that's right. What can you say? It was a victory for Ethical, and on the other side, you know, sometimes it just kind of goes like that, right? You know, sometimes the dungeon just sends mobs at you right when you respawn, and you just have to jump off a bridge a couple times, and after that, it gets a bit tricky to come back, doesn't it? A little bit.
Yeah. So to be fair, I do want to say Ethical's run wasn't as clean as I personally was expecting. Which maybe comes down to like some sleep deprivation, as Nagura was saying earlier. But yeah,
it does happen.
Alpha Brawl just had a little bit more oopsies here and there, which is something we don't see as often, because normally teams that come to the MDI as like newer teams that have not as much experience as like Echo or Perplex, they go really slow, and then they run out on time, but usually the runs are pretty clean in terms of death. But Alpha Brawl decided to like go with a really scary big route and had troubles in execution, which just leads to a lot of ramping in deaths, which if you're seeing it, of course it looks a little bit more devastating, but I think just alone the idea and the determination to pull off really big scary pulls is something that needs to be respected. I think this was the first pull in the dungeon for both teams, and it went really smooth for Ethical, and it was like, okay, this is what I'm expecting, this is where they're going with it. Later on there was some more deaths on their side, but in this pull already we had 3 deaths from Alpha Brawl, and from there on they just weren't able to recover. They weren't able to finish off the pulls as cooldowns had gone out, and they then weren't able to kind of utilize them in the way that they would throughout the dungeon. We had this beautiful setup here around Helkias that we've seen in the MDI, of course, a couple of times already. 40 got assassinated during this boss fight by teammate Chompy. There was one moment where both of them moved together to the left side, and the tank slam came in. I think both of them just wanted to dodge, and it was a little bit unfortunate. But in the end, Ethical got that 1-0. I don't think it's impossible that Alpha Brawl comes back from this, but I think if we are looking at mental, just like having that dungeon as your first dungeon, I think it's going to be really hard. So whatever they do next, I wish them a lot of strength, and I hope they can like get over that. Because of course, the first time you are competing in the MDI and you have a key like what we just saw, I think it's going to be really tough.
Well, part of it too is that you kind of, I wonder if you kind of have the pressure off a little bit at that point as well, where it's like, all right, well, that went how it went. We'll give our best to the next dungeon, but if that goes poorly, at least we have the lower bracket, you know. So sometimes it's just like something going wrong almost has an effect of resetting your mental too. So we'll see, But I too wish them the best in our second dungeon.
I mean, they're the 14th seed. Like they put up pretty competitive times in Streets and Gambit during time trials. So like they definitely have a lot of potential for them to be able to get to that point. But it's like it's their first time competing in MDI. There's a lot of difference between practice and like live MDI setting where you only have one attempt, and like during practice or time trials you can take like 80-20 pulls, you can take 70-30 pulls a couple of times and be fine. But on like the broadcast, you need something that's like almost 100% consistent, because otherwise you're going to end up with some difficulties. And in addition to that, like you're not normally like trained to deal with the pull where you accidentally lost all of your offensive CDs on the second shard of Halkias, and you're just like, most of the time you just zone out at that point. And then it's just like, how do we deal with this now? And it's just one of those things that MDI teams grow and evolve and learn how to do it over time. And it's just one of those things that Alpha Brawl is going to have to learn on the fly and gain more experience with time.
Yeah, true. I kind of wonder if Tettles is behind all of this at the end of the day, though. I mean, he came into this one really talking up Ethical, and you know, we all know the caster curse exists. And,
I mean, especially if it's Tettles.
Sometimes, you know, usually the caster curse hits the team that you're speaking well of, you know? But just like the Jailer was behind everything, basically, in the history of WoW, we may find out at the end of this series that Tettles was behind all of this too. You don't need to be. You don't need to be.
The Jailer's bald.
You know, maybe. Yeah, but I'm sure he can grow hair if he wants to.
That's his only characteristic that
it's
is
his
important.
Look, you know?
It's like, if you're bald, you're the Jailer.
Well,
that's why we can't.
There's a reason that Donuts in Despair called Timbermaw the Jailer, and I'll let you infer what you may.
I just am curious what the Jailer would look like with a big luscious head of hair now. You know?
Ooh.
Handsome.
What kind of
Chiseled.
hair do you think the Jailer would have?
Green.
It would be.
Could you imagine
green?
him with like a big, luscious, you know, curly mane and like ginger red?
Blonde.
That would be fun.
Ginger red, yeah, I like that.
Oh,
or like a big, like Fabio-esque, you know, flowing locks, right?
Yeah.
Well, you out there on the internet, you have Photoshop on your computer probably, or whatever editing app you choose to use. Go forth and tweet at us. Let us know what hairstyle would/should the Jailer have when he comes back inevitably as a good guy someday in the future. Yeah.
Or you could not.
I'm more concerned about the Jailer here for sure. I'm also concerned about Alpha Brawl to see if they can come back in this series. We'll see. We'll see.
Dude.
Our next dungeon is going to be
Theater of Pain. Yeah, it's a tyrannical sanguine storming Theater of Pain.
Oh, easy street.
What do you mean easy?
Is it raging?
It's tyrannical raging volcanic.
Gosh,
it's okay. I have your back.
It's a raging volcanic encrypted.
Exactly.
What are these affixes
It happens to the best
on
of
our
us.
sheet?
I don't know what you're doing.
Are you watching the wrong? Are you
I don't
watching
know.
Oh
my
my
sheet?
gosh.
It's
Yes.
Tettles is lost. No.
The Jailer's behind it all.
You need to click
He
a
swapped
group save.
Tettles sheets behind the scenes. The Jailer's sending Tettles wrong info. That's
dude,
rough.
just ignore me. I was looking at the wrong part of the sheet.
Oh, you
and
looked
just,
at. I see.
I know.
You did.
Yeah, it's fine. I
Let's
just looked
move
at
on. We're moving on.
Anyway, we are in the dungeon, and it does look like Ethical stuck to their kind of except of course the Rasta Shaman being replaced by the Holy Priest, because you don't need a curse spell anymore in this dungeon. But the Windwalker again, makes a lot of sense here. We've seen Windwalker a lot in Theater of Pain because they can play Necrolord, and Windwalker just generally being good in this dungeon. But sticking to that Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. What do you think about that on the ethical side?
That was what I was about to bring up. I'm really surprised that they are playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. It may be one of those things that they actually practice Vengeance a lot more because it was unknown as to like how much the nerfs were going to impact Blood Death Knight coming into this reset, and so it was one of those things that if the nerfs to Blood DK were going to be super big, Vengeance is actually a fairly capable and strong second option, and it's like. It has been good across the whole entire MDI, so it makes a lot of sense that Chompy is on the Vengeance. Blood DK is also quite strong in here, but Ethical was able to get that first boss killed off so fast. Oh my goodness, Tagura. Something in the order of maybe 20 to 30 seconds ahead of where Alpha Brawl is going to be?
Yeah, and I mean, look at the Windwalker damage, right? Of course, this boss is like a special kind of boss when it comes to the damage profile that you need. So I don't think the other bosses are going to be quite as fast in comparison. But still, just having 60k DPS come out of the Windwalker for this boss really making a difference here. On top of course, also having the Demon Hunter doing 27k DPS. If you look at Alpha Brawl's side, Blood DK is doing less damage than Chompy does on that Vengeance Demon Hunter.
I think Blood DK and Vengeance are both around the same amount of damage, but generally Blood has a little bit more mob control. In addition to that, like Blood will give you that Necrolord option if you were for some reason not wanting to run the Windwalker Monk in here. But like you were talking about, I do think Windwalker in this dungeon in particular, this is definitely one of the best Windwalker dungeons. Just low mob density. Like Windwalker really excels at like that 3 to 5 target range, and so it makes a lot of sense. Ethical's pathing is super interesting here. So they started in that Koltha Rock area and they grabbed the Woe buff, and now they're making their way immediately with that Woe relic into the Gorechop Wing, skipping that trash pack that's in the intro area to the Gorechop Wing. Oh, they're skipping it.
And this is very interesting. Yeah, so they're just skipping all the way to Gorechop, and it looks like, I mean, I assume they're going to pull some trash. Not just some, there's a lot of it. So they pulled the gas back, plus the Butcher and the Horror, and all of the other mobs that are jumping down from this bridge area, and now they're also engaging Gorechop. So this is a pretty insane pull. They do not have a Bloodlust available, but they have all of their offensives, which are going to be committed in just a second. And look at the Windwalker damage, just doing so much burst AoE to start. Probably going to be surpassed by the Destro Warlock in just a second once the ramp comes through, but still just sustaining 120k DPS here to start. Actually, no, the Warlock is not going to surpass because the mobs are dead.
Well, now there's one target, which we know Windwalker is really bad at DPSing down. Yeah. One target. That's why they got a 4% damage buff on this reset. That's also something that, like, I don't think the 4% aura buff is going to make Warlock any more or less viable coming into the weekend. Maybe they're going to make them a little bit stronger, but they were already like the third best like consistent AoE option. They were the third best like just AoE option. But if you're looking for more priority damage, the Havoc Demon Hunter Rogue is still going to probably see a little bit more play. But the Windwalker is looking pretty good on the side of Ethical. 40 still top of the damage meter, about to get overpassed by the Warlock. But hey, they are making really good use out of that Windwalker Monk DPS and just like that damage profile that he provides to the group.
Yeah, I definitely really like that Windwalker Monk. As on Alpha Brawl side, they did decide to go a completely different route. One slight advantage that they have, I guess, by running the Blood Decay is having that control undead. So Kay did manage to mind control that champion, the captain, the ancient captain. So they do have that aura throughout the dungeon, and I do think that's why they decided to go to this wing first, to be able to get that mind control off, and then they can carry the captain throughout the whole dungeon if they feel like that's an advantage.
I really like that Warlock gate as well from Alpha Brawl.
Nice.
You're also able, I think, to Mind Soothe that champion as well, but the gate allows you to get across before the RP is even finished, because with the Mind Soothe you would have to fully wait for the RP of the champion spawning to complete before soothing it and walking past it. Really good stuff that we're seeing from Alpha Brawl here. So now they are onto Zav, but they're at 32% enemy forces count, whereas Ethical on the left side of your screen at 28%. Ethical is going... I think that one of the biggest points of this dungeon is going to be this pull here for Ethical that they're about to do. On Raging, this pack can be quite dangerous if you're not careful, especially for the tank. But if they do have a large amount of offensive CDs, it looks like they do have the Zwen for the Windwalker monks. So they have all the Windwalker CDs. I think that this should be fine for them, but they don't have Coordinated Assault or Infernal.
So Alpha Brawl is having some issues actually because their 2 damage dealers went down. The Warlock went into a pot and the Hunter went down. So that meant that there were not enough damage dealers that were eligible for the arena. So the healer was sent down with the Havoc Demon Hunter. And Kay had a lot of struggle surviving while the healer was not there to actually heal. But they did manage to recover now. Once the Warlock came out of the pot, they did manage to use a Battle Res on the Hunter, and they did recover now, as Ethical was dealing with this huge pack that he talked about. And it looks like they executed it really well.
Yeah, now they're woe drifting away from that wing, and now they are making their way into the Kulta Rock area. That is an unfortunate situation for Alpha Brawl that happened to them. The fact that they were able to get through that and not wipe, they were able to also get that Relic killed off, and that kind of topped the group as well. That is something. That is a part where if that happens to you in most situations, in most dungeons, you are going to just wipe almost immediately if your healer is getting sent down while your tank is tanking the boss. However, Blood DK being in the meta, it's a lot better that the Blood Death Knight was here to be able to keep himself topped up.
Yeah, I agree. Having that self heal is really nice. And then again, having the Captain, having a little bit of a slight damage reduction as well that Aura provides, really nice as well. So I do. Oh no! Warlock actually did go down now. No seat available anymore. They don't have a battle rest either. So that means they're gonna have to finish off this boss with 1 less damage dealer, which is really unfortunate for Xav because that means whenever people are getting sent into the arena, then there's no damage dealer on the boss. So the boss is gonna die really slowly from here on out. Thankfully, it is like a lower key at 21.
Dude, what is this ethical pull?
Oh.
So, oh my gosh! So this is a Vengeance Demon Hunter special. So he was able to silence sigil the far right side with all those shackled souls and the mages and stuff like that, and the soulbinders, and he was able to get the pack grouped up almost immediately. This is a pull that like you're not normally able to do with other tanks outside of Vengeance Demon Hunter because you do need that silence sigil to get it grouped up. And Ethical has 1 death at the very end of that pack. That is, I mean, I think that just proves how dangerous that pull is. Hollow barely going down. 40 is going to be able to get him rezzed up, so they're not going to lose too much time. That's basically just like a 5-second time loss. What are they doing with the?
I can't believe they would let Hobo just die like that. Wow, I'm sure it was a bone spear that was interrupted at the very end, and they were like, "Oh, I'm sure it's gonna die. I don't have to interrupt."
So,
and then Holo just has to sacrifice his life for the damage dealers that are not interrupting. Wow.
Well, if you're looking at the Omni CD, Leg Sweep and Shadow Fury are both available, so we can blame both 40 and Shape for Hollow's death there.
Agreed. And another thing about having the Windwalker is that you actually do have an out-of-combat rest, right? Otherwise, you would have had to commit a battle rest. But Alpha Brawl having more and more issues as 2 damage dealers are dead, and now their healer is dead as well. And I don't think they can finish off this boss because that means that the tank and the Havoc Demon Hunter are going to get sent into the arena in just a second, and that means that the boss is going to reset.
Yep, this is looking really bad for Alpha Brawl. They need to get Zab killed off before that next PvP event. It's not about the oppressive banner damage. It's all about Zab. They need to make sure that the 8% of the boss gets burned. Kay is mind controlling the captain here, but it looks like that. Oh,
chains? Probably not.
I don't think so. I really doubt it. I think that this PvP event's going to come out here in just a couple of seconds, and this is going to be the reset on the boss for Alpha Brawl.
Oh, there's AMS. At least Kay is trying. Oh, it's gone.
Maybe the chains aren't going to go off?
Oh, they can do it, maybe. Yeah. I think
interesting.
It went off at this point. Oh,
yeah.
Now their Demon Hunter is dead, so now no one can be sent down. Oh, do you think the Demon Hunter possibly tried to die on purpose so the arena cannot start?
Maybe.
That would have been really smart. Because
I
do think he can't be sent down alone.
All right, so Kay able to solo the boss, putting their team on their back, able to solo the boss down from 3%. This is looking all right. So that was kind of a medium catastrophe. If the boss reset, that would have been a massive catastrophe. But Alpha Brawl was able to kind of recover. They were able to get the boss killed off. They're in a position where if Ethical makes a massive catastrophe there, that Alpha Brawl is still in a spot where they could catch up.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Ethical already fighting Kulta Rock. They still need the 19% trash on the board too. Rock, definitely a boss that can cause issues on a 21 tyrannical, because you do have these very unfortunate overlaps of damage where you get the draw soul and at the same time you get the magic debuff. But it makes it a lot easier if you have a warlock with an imp, right? So you have the double dispel, you have the master spell once in a while as well. So this should be fine. But
you can also diffuse.
They also have bloodlust. Yeah, you can diffuse as well. They have lots of things to really deal with this. And look at 40's damage. I mean, actually not bad at all for a single target.
Definitely not the worst. Whenever you think about Destro Warlock and Windwalker Monk, the first thing that comes to your mind is certainly not single target DPS, but their damage here is looking pretty good. They do have Bloodlust available. They have that Zav wing now that they need to finally deal with, and just get the remaining 19% of their enemy forces as well. In addition to that, I think that their pathing around the Vengeance Demon Hunter has made a lot of sense, because the captain or that captain that you talked about earlier. How do you feel about the captain mind control relative to the Vengeance Demon Hunter? Do you prefer that MC over just what the Vengeance provides? Because the Vengeance has provided a lot of value in this Quilter Rockwing for Ethical.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, because I do think that Blood Decay also provides a lot, right, with the grips and everything.
Yep.
So I think you can just play either. I think both Vengeance and Blood Decay is really strong. But if you're not going to run a Havoc Demon Hunter, which I do think the Windwalker is better in comparison,
sure,
then I think the Vengeance Demon Hunter provides a lot of value additionally, because you also have the Mystic Touch, right? You have the extra, or Chaos Brand it's called, right? It's the extra magic damage that is on everything. So you have the extra damage on the Warlock, you have the extra damage on the Survival Hunter, because Survival also does a lot of magic damage, and also on the Priest too. So that's really a lot of extra damage you're gaining.
Did 40 go and pull the other champion as well? Oh my goodness, Ethical is doing double champion with the Arbalest and the Conscripts. This is an incredibly scary pull. They do have that Woe Drifter spawning. You do see Shape Chaos bolting that to make sure that they do not have a Woe Drifting incident with that first cast. And now they have that Drifter buff. And now it's just the double champions left to deal with. This is going to be a lot of damage on Chompy. But assuming that they're going to be able to get through this, they need to make sure that they get one Dispel. Maybe they are going to kind of like separate out when they're pushing these mobs into Enrage, since they only have one Enrage Dispel. It's actually not.
Nah, just push them both.
Just push it both. Just heal me.
Just heal me. I like the Woe Drifter here, but I wonder if they killed it maybe slightly too early, because I do think this is the last kind of trash they really need from this area, right? They can just skip the rest, possibly, because they still have trash at the start of the dungeon that they can deal with later. Not sure if it's going to be enough with those two mini bosses. We'll see how much percent they get. But I assume that's why they killed the Woe Drifter. We can see there's not much time left.
Okay.
But they're actually already on 100%, so they don't need to do the trash at the start either. But you can see how close it is. The Deer's almost gone there. That's still.
I think they killed everything at the beginning, because they came down at 7%. And so I think that
everything.
Yeah, so I think that they pulled everything, because I'm pretty sure that Bloodhorn is only 2%. Not 100% showing those numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's only 2%. All right, so now Ethical. They do have their Bloodlust available. It looks like they are not going to be using it on Zav. It's kind of an interesting decision that they're doing Zav and Mordretha back-to-back, because like on live keys, you would almost never want to do it in this order, because you want Bloodlust for both Zav and Mordretha. Both of these bosses are quite dangerous. Honestly, all of the bosses in Theater of Pain are very potent, but Zav with like the banners, especially on full, a lot of the times can cause some issues. But Ethical here, on a 21 Tyrannical, they're not worried. They've practiced this dungeon a ton of times. They only have one death right now. They do get that Vi Interceptor killed off as well, so they have that haste buff. And things are looking pretty good for Ethical here, Nagura. Ooh, now they pop their lust.
Now. Ooh, this is such a smart idea, because they just came back from the arena, and they just killed the Vi Relic as well. So now they have the Vi plus the Bloodlust plus the extra damage buff on Shape as well, having that 10% damage increase from the arena. So it's actually a really, really nice cooldown usage. And I do think you can probably make up more time on Xav compared to Mordretha, right? Because the longer you fight Xav, the more time you lose from people constantly getting sent into arena.
Are they going to skip the next PvP phase? Because like you were saying, if they're able to kill the boss one cycle faster and just completely skip a second PvP phase, that's going to be a massive time save. And think that the arena phase starts almost right after this combo that you do see the bosses casting here. So right after this, I think that he's going to chain 2 of their DPS. But they're just a couple seconds away, and you do see Shape and Jack here getting chained. 40, Chompy, and Hollow are going to be able to down Zav as the last 3% on this boss is going to be falling. And
wow.
Hey, that's a really big push for Ethical. That's a massive time save. I love that Bloodlust from them.
Yeah, I think that was so worth it, committing those cooldowns, killing the Vi Relic at the perfect timing as well. That was just really, really nicely executed by Ethical. Very smart strategy and usage of cooldowns. As now, they just have to wait for Mudratha to spawn. Usually in the MDI, we see teams kind of wait with some of the trash, so they can finish it off while the boss is spawning. But they don't need to do that. And it's really not that long for the boss. It's just like 10-15 seconds that you have to wait. So I think it's okay that they just stand around here.
There's a little bit of a pathing inefficiency because, like you were saying, this is like forced RP, and we see either teams killing that Ancient Captain here or killing the 3-pack. So maybe there's something that they could do to optimize their route just a little bit more on that front, but that would involve pulling that Ancient Captain pack, which it seemed like they didn't really want to deal with in any meaningful way because they don't have that DK. I don't know. I think that this route from Ethical looks pretty solid with where they were just getting all of their trash from the Kultha Rock area. It's kind of hard to tell like what a different route from like a DK group would really look like. But hey, things are going super well for Ethical. Alpha Brawl has popped Lust on Kultha Rock, but this seems like it's almost too little too late as Mordretha is at 65% here.
Yeah, they also did finish off Relic instead of getting a Vi, presumably because they still would get some cooldowns back before the boss dies with that So really nice to see the min-maxing on the Relic kills to get the maximum amount of offensive damage as well. And again, the Windwalker is really popping off on those single target. I guess a lot of the fights are not like pure single target in Theater of Pain, so it does make sense that the Windwalker does a lot in the damage meter. Not sure if the actual boss damage is also going to be as high. I assume maybe the Survival Hunter does more, if you really just only look at the single target damage.
Oh!
Jack going down, unfortunately, there. They still have 2 battle rests available though, so should be able to get them back up immediately. But yeah, some issues there at the very end of the dungeon.
Oh, Jumpy is stacking on top of his... stacking on top of Hollow, trying to make sure he went into Angel form so he could get a screenshot for their folder. Apparently, according to the Ethical guys, after they saw the tweet thread about the Angel form screenshots, they've just been spam screenshotting every single time Hollow died. And then I got a really long, couple of pictures of him just being in Angel form. So that is definitely something that a lot of the teams are partaking in this season, is loving to screenshot their healer inside the Angel form.
I feel like those poor healers are just getting bullied. First
it is so messed up. It's so
first they let the Holo die because they don't interrupt, and then they take a screenshot of the Angel. Like, what? That's just mean. But there we go. Ethical is finishing off the boss, and they have an 18 minutes 56 clear in the Theater of Pain, and that means they are going to be winning this first series against Alpha Brawl.
Indeed, it's a 2-0 for Ethical over Alpha Brawl. Alpha Brawl looking a lot better in that last one. They got it together a little bit. They'll be a team to watch in the lower bracket, but for now, it's all about Ethical and their victory here. They will move on to face Donuts and Despair later on in the weekend. But yeah, solid runs from Ethical and kind of cool Bloodlust timing. So make sure you get Zav done. He's a scary boss, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be fair, I do want to highlight that after that Halls of Atonement, Alpha Brawl has come back and played really, really well in a state of mental that I think for most of us would have been very tilting. And we just saw the camera of their healer and they were having so much fun and smiling. And I think that was really, really great to see just them enjoying themselves. And they're going to come back tomorrow and show what they're able to do in the lower bracket. So in a sense, it's just kind of trying to see what you can do in the first game of the day and going really risky with a dungeon like Halls of Atonement, and that makes sense. But I do want to highlight a bunch of stuff that happened. So there was this really great pull coming from Ethical where they pulled the full bridge, including the gas bag, into Gore Chop, which is a really scary pull because you have to deal with all of those space mechanics. And I really liked it because the gas pack on the bridge is very limited space. So having it in this big spacious room just helps a lot with it. But it's also very scary to, as I said, deal with everything else. And they did a fantastic job playing that down, getting the buff, not anyone getting hit by anything here. So that was really great. And then we had, of course, this scenario here where I want to say, Kay, in heroic matter of fashion, 1v1 Xaf, and like we were talking, Doa, in the green room, of course, if they're going to get sent down or if the boss just stops doing the chains. And I'm not sure if you guys knew, but apparently when you're only down to 2 players, it doesn't do the chains anymore. So I was really happy that they were able to finish off the boss here.
Oh, interesting.
And then, of course, the final boss going to Ethical with a well-deserved 2-0.
So I've had this boss reset on me, but I didn't. But it was because somebody died while there were 2 people that were downstairs. I didn't realize that it didn't. But I didn't realize that it didn't
thought it would still
chain.
cast it too. Yeah, makes sense.
I've had it where the fight just ends and you're down there fighting, and then suddenly you're just standing down there and you're like, what? But,
exactly. When you're down and the people up top die, then it's over.
Yeah.
But if people up top die and nobody can get sent down anymore, then it just stops doing the chains. And it's a little bit harder on the tanks because they get the tank frontals more often. So it goes into that kind of AoE scenario combo where it does like the half circle, the big circle, and the frontal. And then it just stomps the tank. And it does that in kind of switching, so the tanks get a lot more damage. And we saw the tank from Alpha Brawl also just standing in those AoE patches as well, getting so much damage. I was really worried, but able to finish everything off, of course, Blood DK.
What did you think about the ethical pathing through the Koltha Rock wing with the Sigil of Silence to be able to get like all those platforms grouped up? Because like that's like the main difference between like the Blood DK and the Vengeance Demon Hunters. That pull's not really doable for a Blood Death Knight.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys were also talking about kind of like how much have they practiced on the different tanks, and does it make sense to switch back if you kind of practice certain routes with a Demon Hunter? And to be honest, I think Vengeance, if you're like used to routes on Vengeance, then it should be rather easy to switch to Blood DK, just because Blood DK is such a stable tank right now. And even if you then can't do that very kind of niche pull like the one you're referring to, I think it would still make sense to go back to Blood DK.
Seems reasonable.
If they think it's better, which
if they think,
doesn't necessarily have to be, right? Because having that
that's just my opinion.
that magic damage increase is really good, I think.
Yeah.
If you can make it work.
The not seeing the captain pack, that's like not the greatest thing. We've seen a lot of teams that pull is relatively efficient. More often than not, but how Ethical was able to do double champion together, that was also kind of crazy. I don't know. There was a lot of weird stuff from Ethical's routing.
In there, yeah.
It's atypical routing is what the biggest point is. Like that is a lot of weird pulls that they were doing.
Well, at the end of the day, it's just good that we've got variety, right? I mean, it's just good that, like, people have reasons. There are legitimate reasons to bring different classes into a dungeon sometimes. It's always nice to see. So Ethical goes on to face Donuts and Despair tomorrow, and then today, we're looking ahead to our next series. It's going to be OMEGALUL or WOMEGALUL. They're big fans of the WoW buff. WoW Drifter, everybody's favorite thing aside from Dude. But then they're going to be taking on Team Weekend, which it is a weekend, so maybe this is arguably when they're the strongest. So that could make things kind of close. So we'll see. We're going to go to a break soon, but before we do, we're going to look at the dungeons that we've got to look forward to for this next one. It's going to be Plaguefall, Streets, Mists, the other side, and Spires for that particular one. Nagura, what do you ban out here if you're these two teams? What are you thinking about?
It's a good question. I think both. Obviously, they can't ban Plaguefall, right?
Yeah.
I think Streets and Mists we've already seen before. They were very doable dungeons. Streets seemed a bit more difficult because of the Sanguine, and Mists, of course, having the Inspired can be a bit annoying. But I do think possibly the other side could be banned, or Spires, because it is 23. The other side's a little bit of a higher keystone. And on top of that, for the affix, we have 45 Sanguine Grievous. Sanguine can be really annoying in the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of annoying everywhere, but yes, for sure.
Yes.
And the other side too. That's definitely true. But we'll see. We'll mull over it a little bit as we take a break here, and when we come back, the third match of the day here on MDI, OMEGALUL versus Team Weekend. Don't go anywhere. We will return in just a bit. And we are back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe here along with Dratnos, Zyronic, and Nagura as we look ahead to our third series of the day. We're halfway done already. It's been flying by today. We had a couple 2-0s. We've got OMEGALUL versus Team Weekend coming up. We're going to dive into that matchup soon. But I've been hearing a lot of talk about Warlocks and Legendaries. This is a discussion people want to have. They're clamoring for it. Who wants to start us off here? Wow, not clamoring as much as I expected. We're going to throw it to you, Zyronic. You made the most noise out of anybody here so far.
Do we want to talk about this now?
Do you want to talk about now?
Do we can wait. We can wait. Spoilers, or should we wait after a couple matches
I think we
just
should
in
wait.
case? Yeah, let's.
All right.
I think we're waiting.
Okay then. Well, OMEGALUL versus Team Weekend. Dratnos.
Yeah, this should be a good match.
What do you got?
Whoa, OMEGALUL here. This is Dr. J's team. We get a Dr. J team every MDI, but it's always a different combination of gamers that are alongside him. This one looks potentially pretty strong, though. They came in with the 5th overall time trial seed, so it could potentially be very strong. And one of the favorites to take a ticket out of this group. Dr. J, Igloo, Ricky Tobo as well. Tobo, Echo, Raider. So a bunch of names you may recognize from various old MDI teams, various raid teams.
Sorry, I'm just looking at their icon. It's so good.
Apparently they're a fan of the Woe Relic, which I am too. I think the Woe Relic is actually sleeper OP in most cases.
It's the most interesting too. You can do the most, you can do the most interesting things with it. Like run quickly past many mobs to interesting places.
True.
Yep, exactly. Then we got Team Weekend. Team Weekend in the 90s, I guess. That logo's very 90s looking. Like 90s, like Pizza Hut logo or something.
Very retro.
Vaporwave aesthetic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
This apparently it's a calendar, right? So it's the weekdays are absent. It's just the weekend you can see.
I
the weekdays
see.
have been
Okay,
cut
I
out
get
in
it
the middle.
now.
So
Do you guys count Friday as the weekend?
Yeah, it's the weekend right now.
And why is Sunday
It should be.
on the left?
It should be.
Well, the Sunday is on the
European
left.
team.
That's
No, that is just so wrong. This
That's
is
That
the
is
day
how a
the week
calendar is
starts.
supposed to
Sunday
look.
is on the right.
But Sunday is the first day of the week. Why would the first day of the week be on the right
Monday
side
is
of the
first
calendar?
day of the week.
No,
It's called the
not.
weekend because it's on the two ends of the week. It would be ridiculous to have one of the ends of the week not have a weekend on it.
True.
Wow.
You got a point. How
Like
can I
the
argue with that?
multiverses are clashing together here.
But this team, so they're aptly named Team Weekend because the way their schedules line up, they basically only get to game together on the weekends. Definitely the underdogs coming into this series, but you never know. They could put up something special here for us.
Possible, yep. So the question is, though, are we finally going to see a 3 dungeon series? We've had a couple 2-0s. I mean, 2-0s are kind of par for the course a lot of times for this first day, right, as we get things kind of sorted out. But I'd like to see it be a little bit closer. But maybe that's just not in the cards. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Team Weekend just because OMEGALUL have so many like really good players, also veteran players from the MDI and live keys as well. So I do think they, especially because the first day, all of the strategies in the dungeons, yeah, sure, you could have watched last weekend and Group A and you could have copied some strategies, went with some blueprints and went from there. But a lot of the affixes are very different, key levels are different, so you do have to adjust your routing. And everything was kind of a secret before today, because none of the practice is being streamed usually. So if you're a more veteran team, I think the chance of you winning against a newcomer team is pretty high, especially in the first day, because you just know how to approach these dungeons. You know how to not waste too much time practicing the wrong things. You know how to effectively figure out routes. And not to say the Team Weekend couldn't do the same thing, but I do think it's a little bit harder for them, especially in the first day.
So we have Streets banned by Weekend, and OMEGALUL banning the other side. So it means we got Plaguefall, of course, then Miss, then Spires. And looking across the dungeons, no 24s yet today, but a good mix of difficulty. It seems like we have not seen Plaguefall yet this weekend.
Yeah, this affix set as well. I think that's the current. Yeah, that is the current live affixes too. So the old Spiteful Necrotic Fortified. You're looking for some tips on how to potentially handle pretty nasty affix combo. Maybe you may be able to catch some in this Plaguefall, although I think that a lot of it's going to involve destroying the pack before it destroys you.
It's a general idea. I would not recommend trying to replicate the pulls we're going to see here. We can look at our live data for 22 Fortified Plaguefall provided by Raider.io. 23 minutes, 52 seconds is going to be the fastest run we've seen on the live servers. But I think we're going to see a little bit quicker today.
Oh yeah, easily. This could easily be like a 14 or 15 minute dungeon if it's played like perfectly. And I mean, OMEGALUL is a team that definitely could live up to that standard. I mean, we've already talked about it, but every single one of the members on that team is somebody who has significant amount of MDI experience under their belt. Dr. J, namely, being one of the players who's pretty much played since the start of the MDI, 4 or 5 years ago now. So, tons of experience. I expect a lot of things from this team.
Now, we did have Fortified Plaguefall last week. It was also bolstering Quaking, though, so a little bit different FXs, but it was Fortified. 18 minutes 27 was what Perplex was able to do it in. So we did see some pretty quick ones. That was about as fast as I think we saw it. Yeah, that was the fastest we saw it that weekend. So we'll see if OMEGALUL or Team Weekend can beat that. That'll be what I'll be judging them by anyway.
I do think we're going to see faster runs, just because, yeah, Spiteful Necrotic is going to slow you down a little bit, but I do think that it doesn't slow you down to a point that you would see like an 18-minute clear, right? Because Plaguefall is a dungeon that historically in the MDI has been one of the dungeons that can be cleared the fastest. And I do think that with these affixes, it is possible for both OMEGALUL and Team Weekend to have some really quick times, if nothing goes wrong.
That's always the key, isn't it? If nothing goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
That'll be the caveat. But you never know. This is a dungeon that can kill people very quickly out of nowhere, too. And at least we don't have Tyrannical. At least Globgrog isn't going to be a huge hassle. Or at least more than a hassle than he usually is anyway.
What do you guys think we're going to see comp-wise coming out of either of the teams here? Because one of the things we always have to talk about when we come to Plaguefall is who's going to be the Necrolord player on your team.
Windwalker.
Something I've personally noticed playing a lot this weekend is Frostmage is a really good pick and wanted for slowing the Spitefuls, but it's not going to be a Frostmage. I would have thought that Dr. J would have jumped at the opportunity to play Mage, but no, here he is on the Windwalker monk, so... Oh well, forget that discussion point, but we're getting right into the dungeon, so let's see what OMEGALUL and Team Weekend have to bring.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see that OMEGALUL is doing a pretty big pull here to start, which is something that we see teams usually skip. But they just decided to pull the Monstrous Soul and also everything else on top, while Team Weekend is having issues on their side. As their Windwalker goes down, they actually pulled the boss on top of all the slimes. That was a crazy pull that they attempted there, and this is a disaster for them because they lost their Bloodlust, they lost all of their offensive cooldowns, they lost the Purgatory as well from the DK that proc there, and this is going to be a huge time loss for them. And they didn't skip anymore?
Yeah, I think they also invis-potted to get by, so they can no longer do that either. Well, let's see what the backup plan is for them, but OMEGALUL has already dealt with their first pull, and they're going to be heading in towards the boss here, maybe skipping past with that Drifter buff. They do like the Woe buff. That's why that's their name. Looks like they'll probably... Yeah, just... Oh, actually... I thought they were going to maybe go grab the red slime, but no, they're just going to be pulling the boss towards this side route. Different from what we saw last week. So we saw teams mostly pulling the boss towards that hill that you can see on the top right side of the screen over on OMEGALUL's POV, but instead they're opting to go for the more dangerous strat of pulling it towards the wall here. Remember, the problem with this particular strategy is if you get knocked out of the room as the tank here, you'll just reset the boss, so they gotta play very careful, on a knife's edge here.
Yeah, and on top of that, they also dealt with the Vi Interceptor, which you saw the whole line when the Interceptor jumps somewhere and then casts this whole line across that stun, so if you get hit by it, was directly in the line of the boss where they have to stand, so it can be very dangerous depending on where that mob jumps to. So interesting route, and they also did not commit to a Bloodlust yet. Well, unfortunately, Team Weekend did have another full team wipe on the trash that they had to pull that they didn't plan on pulling, right? Because they don't have that invis pot available anymore. So they have to... This is such a... this is just an unimaginable time loss for the Weekend here, because not only did they have the whole wipe, but they have to just change their whole routing now, because they have to play this trash, they can't skip anymore. That means that they somehow have to adapt on the fly and kill less trash later on, so don't go overcount. And it's just all sorts of unfortunate for Team Weekend here on their very first pull. Hopefully, OMEGALUL doesn't have any of those huge mistakes. And what's going on with this blood DK damage? Just doing the most single target damage in OMEGALUL's side?
No. That's nerfed blood DK. It can't be doing that much damage. Remember, they got nerfed this week. There's no possible way that is happening. To be honest, though, I think it can't be said enough that the change in the nerf was definitely very, very good. The way the nerf was going to just pan out before is that it kind of nerfed the defensive survivability of blood DK, whereas the biggest problem was their damage. So the nerf to the strength buff that their 4-piece set bonus gave was definitely a much better nerf in my opinion. So they're still really good though, right? Their single target damage is still as good or better than every other tank. It's just that their survivability wasn't taken down now anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the life of the DK here with Necrotic. It's just such a big pull and so dangerous for the tanks. That's why it makes sense to bring the Windwalker additionally to, you know, having the Windwalker being really good in this dungeon. But you also don't need your DK to go Necrolord, because Kyrian is so good for Necrotic. You have the Kyrian Vial getting rid of the Necrotic stacks, right? And we saw Lemike there for OMEGALUL using the Vial first, then using the Dwarf Facial to survive, and now no more usages left of any of those things that get rid of your Necrotic. So now we just have to kind of make sure that the Necrotic doesn't reset, and it looks like they did manage. But yeah, this is just going into another huge pull now. You can see the cooldowns are still running for the DK, but yeah, no more of these defensives left to get rid of the Necrotic.
Well, the defensive itself is a pretty good deterrent, right? That parry chance that you gain from dancing your weapon is pretty nice, and you can always just kite it out if you need. Problem is, I don't have that too great of a way to slow things. So, if they wanted to kite, it could be a little bit of a pain. They have the leg sweep and the ring of peace, which are pretty nice. So you can see he's at 30 stacks now, probably going to start kiting it out. Almost have the stacks. Yep, there we go. They went away just now, so he can go back in and start tanking. Remember, kiting with the Destrolock in the group is actually pretty bad. Most of their soul shard generation comes from Rain of Fire hitting targets. So if you have to kite away, and your Warlock's pre-placed Rain of Fires are no longer doing damage, it kind of stops their AoE soul shard generation, which is really bad. So you really want to stay stacked as much as possible as a tank just to help your Warlock do more damage.
Yeah, definitely. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm still just wondering what they're saving their Bloodlust for, because it has been 5 minutes into the key and they're still holding on to it. Usually when teams hold on to their Bloodlust for that long, it means that they are planning on doing some insane pull, and it's only possible with Bloodlust. So it's worth it for them to actually sacrifice one whole usage of Bloodlust just to be able to do that one pull. But I can't really see necessarily what they're doing unless maybe they pull all of the trash in the next boss's room on top of the boss or something like that. Because otherwise they are going to sacrifice a whole usage, right? Because we're 6 minutes into the dungeon, so if they use it soon and they clear the dungeon within like 18 minutes, then they would get a second one. Otherwise, if they're any faster than that, then they won't get a second Bloodlust anymore at this point.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I wonder... Well, they obviously are going to have to do something massive with this Bloodlust. It's going to be pretty much either all the trash in this room with the boss, or all the trash in the third boss's room with the boss. It's going to be one of those two things. And I guess the question is, at that point, is it better to use a Bloodlust on the very first boss, and then maybe get a not-so-good Bloodlust on, like, the last boss? Or is it better to just get the one insane Bloodlust? I'm not too sure. I'm really curious to see where they end up in their overall time here. Because I guess there's an outside possibility that they can Bloodlust here and maybe just eke a second one at the last second. But they've got the red pool down, a lot of trash is coming in, they have all of the trash in the room coming on top of the boss. Is the Bloodlust going to be used here? Hasn't been popped yet.
They're just holding on to it. You can see they also did finish off the relic now. It's an relic that they chose to finish off. And yeah, this pull can be very dangerous. You have so much cast going off from these Plague Binders, and on top of that you have that Slime Claw and the Spinebreaker casting the frontals that you have to dodge. And everyone wants to stand in that pool on the ground getting the haste buff while all of the Spiteful Shades are spawning. Really good usage of Binding shot there by Tobo, making sure that none of these Shades are going to be attacking the melee. And yeah, there we go. Still not using the Bloodlust. Very interesting. It is possible that, as you said, just doing a big pull on top of Venom Blade afterwards, possibly.
Yeah, but look at the timer in the dungeon, right? Like,
Yeah.
if they do any trash between this boss and Venom Blade, they're gonna get to Venom Blade's room at like, I don't know, 9:30, 9:45, right? So,
They forget about it. They must have forgotten about it.
they have to have forgotten, right? That's
I
just the
think
only thing
so.
that makes any sense. There's the AMZ, defensive being committed to live the Plague Bomb explosion. The only person that looked like their health moved at all was Igloo, so they're going to be totally fine. And with the haste pull on the ground, they'll very easily be able to burn down the boss before they have to worry about dealing with a second Plague Bomb. This is so weird. I mean, we saw a similar thing happen in Celia's Gambit with, I believe, it was Mudbone's team, right? Last weekend, where they saved their Bloodlust for the second boss. And that was only 5 minutes into the dungeon, but now we're 8.5 minutes into the dungeon. The second Bloodlust would be coming up very soon if they had used it right at the start of the dungeon, so... Yeah,
And they did
very,
do a
very
big
weird.
pull as well at the start, right? Like they pulled all of this trash that usually is being skipped. So that would have been a pretty good usage for Bloodlust, considering it's a fortified key. So yeah, either they're doing like something insane right now, or they forgot about it. I think those are the two options at this point. As you can see, they're going to the right side, skipping those tentacles, not wanting to deal with those because pretty inefficient because you can't move them. They also
War Drifter.
give the Woe Relic here. Ooh, they might be...
OMEGALUL.
They're probably using this Woe Relic to skip to the boss. And it's 9 minutes into the dungeon. It's still possible that they do a big pull now, and they just decided, you know what, we need the Bloodlust to execute this pull, and this pull is such a big time save that it's worth it to just like use it one time less in the dungeon just to make sure this pull works out.
So
But they
remember
would
as
have
well...
to do it like right now.
Remember as well in Plaguefall, there's a little bit of travel time to the first pull, because you don't get to just pull something right away. There's not trash right away. But
Yeah.
they notably don't skip trash. Like you said, they pull the very first trash back, so they could pop Bloodlust like 15 seconds into the dungeon compared to like 30 seconds if they went straight into the boss. I don't know. We're at that 9:45, 9:50 mark you were talking about during the end of the second boss here, and it looks like they're very slowly setting up for something big. I wonder what they're waiting for. Are they actually waiting for
They're
Ricky to get his
dancing.
passives up right now? They actually are. They were waiting for him to get his passive in for 4-piece proc set
Oh, okay.
before they pull the boss, so that he could actually have a proc going into it. But they could have bloodlusted on the very opening of the dungeon, and whatever.
Well-
The bloodlust is used here. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. They haven't even pulled the boss though. Where's the boss? Guys.
Okay, listen, I think it is very possible that they would reach this point of the dungeon a bit quicker if
Maybe.
they didn't, like, they obviously know that Team Weekend had this full team wipe that cost them like 5 minutes or more in their route, right? And it happened so early on for Team Weekend that OMEGALUL probably knows, you know what, guys, like, we literally just have to not do anything wrong and we're gonna win, because it was such a big time loss for them. So it is very possible that they slowed down their route a little bit here and there, and that they maybe would reach this point in the dungeon at around like 9 minutes, 8 minutes. And that's why they're saving the Bloodlust, and they possibly also pull Domina Venom Blade on top immediately. But because they know, okay, we're so far ahead, let's not risk it, let's just not pull the boss, you know. So I do think it makes sense if they wouldn't be so far ahead that they don't have to risk basically anything, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I mean,
Yeah.
they're definitely more than good enough to pull off the more dangerous pulls, but we want to see them go for it, right? It's more fun that way. It's a little
Yeah,
unfortunate that they
that
didn't
is
go
true.
for it. Like we were saying, like before they had set up for the pull, they were letting Ricky set up his 4-set proc as a Destro Lock, which is actually like really, really important. For those of you who know how Destro Lock works, and for those of you who don't know, it's a stacking buff. Whenever you get to 10 stacks of that buff, it gives you a completely separate buff. That says, hey, next time you cast Chaos Bolt or Rain of Fire, it's free and it summons an Infernal. If you have anywhere between 1 and 9 stacks, the second you get in combat with a boss, it removes all those stacks. You start back at 0. But if you have the proc that you get when you gain 10 stacks of that buff, you keep the proc going into a boss. So they were letting
Yeah,
Ricky
you
stack
lose
up
the
to a
procs?
10 stack. It removes the 1 through 9, yeah.
Dungeons?
Yeah, in dungeon.
Are you sure?
Yep, 100% sure.
I didn't know that.
So
That's weird.
yeah, it's pretty important to let your warlock start with a 4-set proc on bosses.
That's so interesting because it doesn't do that usually with other things, right?
Yeah,
Like with other
it's-
legendary effects and other stuff.
It's very
Interesting that it
specific
does
to
it for
Warlock, to this 4 set. Yeah.
Weird. You should fix that. Like, give Warlocks more damage.
Yeah, buff Warlocks. Why not?
Oh, but there we go. We do see OMEGALUL did now down Domino Venom Blade as they're gathering up some of the slimes here on the right side. Looks like they did pull all of them. No, they actually didn't pull the purple. Oh, no, they did pull the purple slime. They didn't pull the red slime, it looks like. I do think they probably just want to carry the red slime over to get the haste buff over there, like the puddle. And they just finish off those 2 slimes here because they don't care about them being over. So we'll see if they carry the red one in just a second.
Yeah. The even weirder thing about the 4 set for Warlocks is for the start of a key, it works the opposite way. If you have a 10 set proc, like a 10 stack proc, that will go away when the key starts. But if you have 9 stacks, you keep the 9 stack. It's like, it just goes the opposite way for some reason. For the key start versus bosses. I don't know what spaghetti code is at work there, but you know what? You never know. Sometimes it just maybe somebody intended it to work one way and they made it work the other way for the other thing, you know? Who knows? Getting into the last boss room here, pulling that red slime down like you mentioned. We're going to be dealing with Ichor Bileflesh in a second here. We're going to see a ton of Rain of Fires coming out and a lot of Spitefuls spawning all over the place, so got to be careful. Got to make sure you don't get hit by those. There's probably going to be a lot of CC coming out to make sure that the Spitefuls don't currently melee anybody in the group. You can actually be pretty safe here by dealing with one group of these mobs at a time, AoE them down. Once the Spitefuls spawn, just move on to the next group. We're probably going to see that from OMEGALUL here. Once that first set of Devoteds is dead, yep, everyone runs over to the second one, and they're good to go. Spitefuls are far away from the group, and they're probably just dead from the Warlock AoE. Nice and clean.
Yeah, this is really well played. And a lot of teams, especially in live servers, they just decide, you know what, I'm just going to AoE everything, because of course, there's a lot of mobs, and you can really do a lot of AoE damage if you attack everything at the same time simultaneously. But usually, a lot of affixes make it just worse to do that when you can just do it one by one. Because in the end, this pull is only over once the mini boss dies. So no reason to kill the small ones quicker. But there we go. They immediately engage Margrave, Stradama as soon as it spawns. And you can see the puddle on the floor as well. They did finish off the slime here, so they can all stand in this puddle. Unfortunately, they did get a bad spawn of the growth here, of the malignant spawn. So they cannot stay in the puddle anymore. They have to move out to dodge the tentacles. But now they could technically walk back into the puddle if they choose to do so. But it's just a lot of moving. You see Ricky even put up the gateway to get back into the puddle while having 4 stacks of the rain on him. So
where's the personal portal? He just put it down. Come on, Ricky. Unfortunate. Well, yep, getting that uptime, really important as well. We're kind of in that area where we thought we would be, though. It's going to be about a little over a 17-minute run for a OMEGALUL, which I think could very easily be in the 15 or 16-minute range if they do go for the bigger pulls we were talking about. And honestly, if they don't have a faster strategy, it might just be faster for them to hit Bloodlust the second the key starts, and you'll get the tail end of it on that first pull, and then you can just hit your Bloodlust on the third boss like you normally do. But I think you're probably right. I think they probably have faster pulls that they can do in the middle of the dungeon, so that by the time they get to the third boss, it's usually probably only like 8 or 9 minutes into the key. And if they wanted to Bloodlust there, they would have to save it to that point, right?
Yeah, I do think so. And then we also just saw that Lemike had a defender mind-controlled with the Blood Decay. So an undead control on a defender of the Many Eyes, or whatever they're called, the mobs in the Stradama boss room, and released it in that first intermission phase, and then they just cleaved it down while dodging the tentacles. I think that's another pretty efficient thing to do, so you don't have to deal with it while doing the Venom Blade pull, when it's big pull, and you just deal with it in the downtime phase of Stradama. So another slight little adjustment to the strategy, as Stradama is dropping lower and lower, and there we go. OMEGALUL finishing the key in 17 minutes on the clock, so really nicely done. And really clean and fast run as well by them, even though they did hold back a little bit on their side. Presumably.
Yeah, that ended up being the fastest playfall we've seen yet from OMEGALUL, and impressive stuff. I mean, obviously, FX has helped you go a little bit quicker this time around, but a strong start for sure for them this weekend.
Yeah, very clean run from OMEGALUL in a dungeon that, you know, they made it look very very safe, very clean, but clearly it is not, right? This is a volatile dungeon by default, just by the nature of the dungeon mobs, plus the affixes of Spiteful and Necrotic are causing so much pressure on your tank and on your... I mean, Windwalkers and Spiteful is a tale as old as time itself. Like, that spec is magnetically attracted to those Spiteful shades, so very impressive work from OMEGALUL, keeping that deaths at 0. On the side of Team Weekend, things went wrong early, and they went very, very, very wrong when they did go wrong. This kind of first wipe on their big pull with everything on the Lust, all the cooldowns being expended here, and then just dying as they did. This, you look at like 25 deaths, right, and you're like, this was really bad, but it does kind of all spiral from this one incident here. So I wouldn't be too... I mean, obviously, you'd be sad if you're this team that you lost the map, right? Like, you'd rather have won it, but I wouldn't, if that first pull had gone differently, perhaps the whole dungeon goes so much better for them as well. Here we see some of the tech deployed by OMEGALUL. This is something we saw a little bit last weekend of just letting the Plague Bomb explode rather than killing it. You just use some defensives, right? Unending Resolve, Dark Pact, Anti-Magic Zone, Turtle AMS, all that kind of stuff, and get through it that way. And then also this little movement I quite liked from them, going around that tentacle, which is rather annoying to kill, and crucially, you can't drag it onto any future packs. Just going to this side here, getting that Woe Drifter out, getting that first kick, and as soon as they land that first kick, they can just go onto this island and bring the pack with them there. Really effective way to speed things up. Then they, of course, got to that boss room, right, with Lust still on cooldown. Now, I have a different take than you on this, Nagura. I don't think that this was them being slower than usual. I think this is them being faster than usual and normally being used to having Lust available there.
They didn't use it up until
They didn't use it
point.
on the ball.
They didn't use it to start a dungeon?
Yeah,
No.
They just didn't hit it until
Then I'm a fool and misread the UI. So I have the same take as you, Nagura, and you are very smart.
I love it when everyone
Very
just
good
agrees with
riddance.
each other. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice when we get the synergy on the desk like this. Yep, that's right. We don't often see people dancing in the lead, right? But when you have to wait a little bit, then why not? What else are you going to do with your time, right? What other emote would you pull out aside from dance?
Yeah,
That's it.
as I was saying, faster than usual because they usually don't have Infernal available. They usually have it back up by then, right?
That's what I thought.
That's what I meant. It sounded like Lust.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the microphone sometimes. It misinterprets what you're saying. It happens. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Yep. Well, we're going to Miss next. For our series here, it's going to be map number 2, perhaps another 2-0 coming in. But again, you made a good point, Dratnos, where like if that first pull hadn't gone so poorly, things might have been very different, right? And after that, when you don't have your cooldowns, the deaths will start to chain into each other, and you'll get into this kind of situation. So we'll see what happens on Miss Eterna Scythe here, or Skeeth, or Skitha, or however you want to pronounce it.
Sigh.
Sigh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
they looked like they were in pretty high spirits, not gonna lie. When that pull happened and the deaths happened, I was looking at the player cams and they were just laughing. So maybe it was a similar situation to what we saw earlier in the day, where they're just kind of going for broke, seeing what happens. If it works, hey, putting ourselves in a good position to maybe take a map. If not, oh well. We're not really supposed to beat them anyway. So it looks like they're having fun with it. So I'm not too worried about their thought process coming into this map.
Yeah.
You've got 2 lives, right? So
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of the polar opposite dungeon, right? This tyrannical 23 mist, right? It's going to be, especially with inspiring, complicating things, like there's going to be a lot of pressure on just how much single target damage can you pump out on these different encounters. So I think we're going to see some different philosophy in this dungeon, and that might well favor Team Weekend relative to Plaguefall, which is definitely kind of more of a standard MDI, massive, dangerous pulls all through the dungeon, type dungeon, right?
Exactly. I've always been kind of worried about the elf souls that go to Ardenweald, because I mean, think about how things ended for them, right? I mean, it didn't end great when it came to like being in a big tree back on Azeroth. So you get to Ardenweald and you're like, oh great, more trees.
I'll just set my camp up
thanks for rubbing
outside
that
the
in.
tree. You guys can live in the tree, but that's okay. I don't need that.
That's right. Yep. And then, imagine that, you're the spoilers, right? So Sylvanas is down in the maw, rescuing all these elf souls now. And they're like, oh, it's you. And she's like, yeah, don't worry, I'm gonna send you someplace great. And they're like, where? They're like, it's a big tree. You're gonna love it. And they're like, I don't know if I trust you, Sylvanas, about sending me this big tree thing. It sounds mighty
you should just
suspicious.
quickly talk to Anduin, and then they're convinced they can trust Sylvanas again.
Exactly, yeah. That's a trustworthy guy in Shadowlands. Yep.
Yep.
No more trustworthy than Anduin Wrynn. We can be sure whose side he's on. Yep. Well, there you go. That's our lore discussion for the day as we get going towards this next map. Nobody loves lore like I do. You know, you just gotta. What's the point of lore if you don't explore it and think about it, relish it? Right's ironic.
About lore yet?
No,
I was falling
never.
asleep. Sorry, my bad. We're going to Mr. Tyrant Scythe, right? Let's go.
Yeah, Zyra, what's your take on the Gorm storyline in this dungeon with the?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Sorry, I just heard like a buzzing in my headset just now.
Oh yeah, buzzing. Well, they are insects. They
bugged.
do buzz around. Bugged is a great way to describe the last bit of this dungeon. Yeah. So insightful analysis. Thanks, Zyra.
Beautiful. Well, here we go. Yeah, we got Ingrid Malak. He's like making the Dromai, the what are they called? You know,
Droman. Yeah.
Droman. Yeah, he's
the
making
Droman.
them bad because that's what you do in WoW. You make things bad, or you take something bad and make it good. And then elsewhere you've got the Gorm storyline, right? Bugs getting too smart. What are you gonna do? Take him out. That's what you're gonna do.
This boss.
That bug is getting too smart.
This boss used to be the most insane dungeon boss, the final boss in this dungeon that they'd ever put in the game on beta, and then they added in the little green circles after the fact.
Yeah, on beta,
those green circles weren't there at
you.
first.
Yeah.
Really?
You had to
God.
remember where you put them before.
Yeah, that was
Holy
so
cow.
good. I loved it. He was great.
That sounds terrible.
I remember seeing like 2
That was
hours
great.
of progression on like Tradova +7 on beta from some grid. It was like unbelievably hard.
Wow.
Then they easy
My
moded
hell.
it.
Yeah.
That would be a great like raid boss mechanic, though. I think to like remember your steps, how you dodge something.
Don't
should've
give them any
used it.
ideas.
Oh, it was great
The
though. I
fun
liked
thing
it.
is most people would kind of live to their own steps, but then would just get killed by someone's errant one that they blinked for like 2 minutes into the fight.
Yeah,
And you're like,
that
oh,
is
man.
annoying. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true. Maybe you should only get hit by your own puddles, though. You're immune to the other ones.
Oh, so now you want to make it easier. I thought you were hardcore.
Speaking
Why
of
can't we-
hardcore, OMEGALUL, what do you think? What do you think they're running here in this dungeon? Because we did see earlier, we saw Miss already, right? We saw I think 15 minutes clear by Donuts and Despair. 15 minutes and 2 seconds. And they were running the Havoc Demon Hunter actually, with the Destro Warlock and Survival Hunter, and they one-faced Ingra on that tyrannical setting, which is very difficult to do. So, wonder if OMEGALUL maybe decides to also run a little bit of a special comp to have more single target damage, or to do something special to get that one face done. Think they're gonna change anything special?
We'll find out.
Heard
Okay.
some whispers about a potential change on the side of OMEGALUL. They are running that same comp, but if I'm not mistaken, let's open up the MDI companion tool. Hasn't been updated yet, actually, so we'll see in a little bit if they've changed anything. Have to keep an eye on
You
that.
can see it though. Like you can see the racial on OMEGALUL. They're all
Ooh,
playing
they're
Blood
blood
Elf.
elves.
So they all have their Arcane Torrent, which makes me believe they're just pulling inspired mobs into maybe like certain pulls in the maze, because the Tender casts a heal, but it's kind of like a hot on everyone. And same goes with the Staghorn later as well, that casts an Absorb shield that gets applied to everyone if the cast doesn't get interrupted. So if you have Inspiring, you cannot interrupt the cast, but you can dispel magic debuffs from enemies. The Inspired mob doesn't actually make them immune to that dispel, to the offensive dispel / purge. So having that Arcane Torrent on everyone means that you don't necessarily have to interrupt all of those casts. You can just have a rotation of Arcane Torrents and constantly dispel those heals and those shields that are going off.
I just watched Igloo and Jay walk to the same damage buff mushroom, and Jay just hard alpha Igloo off of it. It's like, no, this is my mushroom. My damage buff. Yeah, yeah. The Arcane Torrent tech is neat for this dungeon in particular on Inspiring because it is a great tool to not have to worry about that healing buff, which is a big problem on Inspired Week. So yeah, pretty interesting fix to that because you don't normally see Horde played in the MDI. You normally see people stick to the Alliance racials like the Dwarf racials.
Yeah, very exciting seeing a Horde once in a while. We unfortunately do have some issues for Team Weekend though, as their healer and their warlock goes down. They do have a battle rest available to get the healer back up if they want to, or maybe also just release and use the gateway to get back. But it does look like they're releasing. OMEGALUL though not having as many issues on their side, as they only have the bow breakers left to deal with, and both of the teams did save Bloodlust for the boss. And now the most important thing of this dungeon is going to be seen in just a second. Can OMEGALUL one-phase Ingra, even though they're running the Rogue instead of the Havoc Demon Hunter? What do you think about that? Do you think the Rogue is actually more more valuable compared to the Havoc Demon Hunter for the Ingra?
Well, it definitely has good burst damage, but I don't necessarily think their damage is going to be coming from the Rogue. It's going to be coming from the Warlock. So the MDI companion tool is updated, and we can see that Ricky Pretty is running Madness of well, I don't know how to pronounce it, Azakir or something. You know, it's one of those words. But what this legendary does is it increases the damage of your Chaos Bolts and the cast speed of your Chaos Bolts for 4 seconds after you cast Chaos Bolt. So if you spam out Chaos Bolts, you will do a ton of damage with this legendary, specifically single target damage. This is the raid legendary for destruction. Now, this does make it so that your shard spinning doesn't reduce the cooldown of your Infernal anymore, but it's just a better single target legendary, right? So they should be able to do a ton of burst damage. I want to be looking at that Warlock damage whenever they actually get into the damage amp phase on this boss. No, I mean, look at him, he's saving the Infernal. He did.
Huh, so very interesting. So running the single target legendary in the Warlock and killing even though Ricky does have Infernal up already.
Well,
so yeah, Vibe probably
the other
better
thing as
here
well,
in this situation, right?
If you kill during the damage amp phase and you have the buff up during the damage amp phase, that's a huge damage increase for the Survival Hunter. But they weren't able to quite pull that off. But here we go into the damage amp phase. Boss is taking an insane amount of extra damage. The Chaos Bolts are coming out from Ricky here, and look at the damage coming out of the Destrolock, easily passing up the Hunter here. Are they going to be able to one-phase it? They only have a few seconds of the phase left.
This is
20%,
22%
not
is
quite.
pretty high. I'm not sure if they want to commit. It looks like they will. Yeah, you can see they clearly are committing on Ingra, and it's going to take them a while, but it's not quite as good as we saw Donuts and Despair deal with this boss earlier. And yeah, interesting. So I think killing was like an interesting choice, because the Warlock cooldowns were ready already, and I think Tobo's cooldowns were ready too. So not going for the haste buff there maybe was a mistake. Not 100% sure. Or maybe they wanted to kill later to get the buff during the Ingra phase, as you said, for the Survival Hunter, and then they just killed it slightly too early. And other than that, though, worked out great for them. Did manage to not need to finish off the Droman one more time. So yeah, not as quick as Donuts and Despair earlier, but still incredibly fast for OMEGALUL.
Yeah, so yeah, that's definitely the play, right? If they managed to get the buff during the damage amp, they probably could have one-phased it, but they didn't time it quite perfectly. Team Weekend is having to go through a second entire Droman phase, so that is the worst case scenario. It probably loses you a solid 45 seconds to a minute over the course of the dungeon, just having to deal an entire extra phase. Their boss will die pretty quickly here once they get into the second damage amp, but check this out. In that time, OMEGALUL has already pulled the first pack of the Mist's maze area, of course pulling the 4-pack on the right side through the wall with either the Hunter or the Warlock pet. No big deal, and into the maze they go. We'll have to keep an eye on how they portion out those arcane torrents. Obviously, you don't want to overuse them or overlap them, because there could be a scenario where you let a heal through and you don't have a torrent, and that will just heal the entire pack to full. So, gotta play it safe here and make sure you have them planned out in advance.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're pulling anything on top in this area of the maze. I do see the Fell Hunter of Ricky just being there attacking the mobs, so they don't want to pull anything on top of this pack. There's still a lot of the maze left though, so it's very possible that they just decided to not go with anything here because of possibly cooldowns that are not ready, and maybe pull stuff on top next pack. So there we go, they are moving on. Let's see if they're pulling anything on top here. You can see the Fell Hunter is just attacking the trash bag, so still not doing anything fancy unless they send the Hunter pet. But, you know, you always kind of want to send the Warlock pet if you can, just because the Hunter pet does a lot more damage compared to what the Warlock pet does. So you usually just want to send the Warlock one.
Something I am a little curious of is... Well, okay, never mind. It makes perfect sense. Ricky's still playing the Inferno talent, even though he's playing the Madness Legendary. So in his Infernal, he's going to be casting Chaos Bolts still, because they're very useful. I mean, they do a ton more damage when you're running that Legendary, but outside of Infernal, he's probably just going to be casting Rate of Fires to get as many Infernal procs as possible, outside of his Havoc window. It's a different playstyle to the typical dungeon playstyle, where you get a lot more focus target damage out of this build. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I do definitely understand. I'm pretty sure they just run it because of Ingra, right? Like, I don't think overall in the dungeon it's good.
No.
It must be literally because of Ingra. Because they have a Rogue, right? And a Rogue already provides so much focus target damage that I don't think they necessarily need that much more. But if it allows you to one-phase Ingra, then it makes so much sense. Because that saves you, like... I mean, look at the boss split, right? You can see Team Weekend killed the boss a minute later than OMEGALUL because they had to kill the Droman one extra time. So saving 1 minute by changing a Legendary, if it doesn't cost you too much overall, makes a lot of sense. But I think I prefer the Donuts and Despair kind of strategy, where they just run the Havoc Demon Hunter, which gives you the 5% magic damage increase across the board. Plus, probably also has a little bit more burst during that window compared to the Rogue. And then the Warlock doesn't necessarily have to switch the Legendary, and they still make that push, right?
Yeah, it's a big damage loss on anything that's not a boss, right, to run this Legendary. Yeah. So I'm actually curious to see how their overall time is going to stack up to what we saw from Donuts and Despair. Let's see, just going back to make sure we have the time. Their mists was... Do we have that written down anywhere currently? We'll have to get back to it.
1502, I think.
1502? Okay, so we can compare that after the fact. I do think that their run is probably going to end up being faster. But again, OMEGALUL didn't have a very good damage burn. They probably ended up losing a good 30 seconds because they ended their damage amp at 20% on the boss rather than just straight out killing it. So, interesting. I want to see if they'll continue going with this strat later on. If it isn't as fast.
And at this point, it also seems like they're going a bit slow in this maze, it seems like. Yeah. I'm not sure, because they haven't really pulled too much through the walls. And if you look at Team Weekend, even though they were a minute slower on the boss, they're kind of caught up on trash percentage. Not necessarily, they're still 7% behind, right? But they're close. They're definitely not so far apart that OMEGALUL can just say, you know what, we are playing safer. I think OMEGALUL still has to keep up their route right now. It's not like the Plaguefall earlier where Team Weekend lost 5 minutes at the start, right? OMEGALUL still has to make sure they're fast enough to beat Team Weekend in case they do have some crazy strategy that Team Weekend's going to pull off later and saving them a bunch of time. But now we do see OMEGALUL engaging Mistcaller. They have again killed off the Relic, getting that cooldown reduction. Really valuing the Relic a lot, even on bosses, while a lot of other MDI teams are going for that Relic. So that's interesting.
Well, the Relic is even more valuable for the fact, remember, the Warlock doesn't have its cooldown reduction from Wolfrids anymore, right? So more Infernals is pretty useful. Because they'll want to have that Infernal backup for their first big pull after this boss, which is probably going to happen with that buff. Remember, that Infernal cooldown is going to be a full 3 minutes. So it's pretty rough to not have the cooldown reduction. Their boss damage is going to be much, much higher. I mean, Warlock topping damage meters on bosses is not something we're very used to seeing in the MDI because they aren't running a single target build ever.
Yep, that is true, because they can do a lot of damage, as you can see. Ricky, of course, just shooting out those Chaos Bolts, and just doing insane single target damage was really helpful on that 23 Tyrannical, because that is almost the highest key we have in the MDI, and Tyrannical too. So, of course, single target damage is really valuable, and I do definitely understand the decision of running that Legendary. They are already up to 76%, so they only have to deal with 24% after this boss. But look at Team Weekend. They're actually already 81% trash. So they have so much trash at this point. they probably can skip a lot of it, but it looks like some heals went off because they have 2 inspired mobs in this pack now, and they cannot interrupt the tender.
There's another one.
As the Stinger is also inspired right next to it.
Oof, yeah, that was a full heal on the entire group there. I mean, this is one of the problems with this route on Inspired. You have to have a way of getting rid of those nourishes once the cast goes off. And they did not deal with it well. Another cast went off, healing pretty much everything to full except for the tender. They need to focus down that tender, or this pull is not going to let them live any longer. One more nourish cast gets off. It's probably all she wrote for this pull. Man. Dropping incredibly low, those roots are killing everyone. There's the tender dead finally, though. But in the meantime, OMEGALUL has already gotten themselves down to that final intermission phase here, just about to start. Going to be dealing with this boss maybe at 12:30 or so if they get good RNG. Let's see how it goes for them. Final intermission.
Yeah, Team Weekend just... If they would be running those Blood Elves, right? They could deal with all of this pretty easily. It's really smart. And that is also something that barely any team probably ever thinks about, running Horde. Because the Dwarf Racial and the Shadow Melt is just so good in so many dungeons that maybe the thought process of even running Horde is something that just barely comes to your mind in the MDI, especially if you're like a veteran team. When you have been playing Alliance this whole time. So very interesting that OMEGALUL thought of this and actually came up with this idea of running Blood Elves. I really, really like that strategy. It makes so much sense for them. Well, and Team Weekend now did manage to engage Mistcaller 2 on their side.
On that note of the Horde versus Alliance, something that is going to be very interesting to see once 9.2.5 comes out is the fact that teams could mix and match, right? Because you can play Horde with Alliance characters. True. So you can maybe splash in 1 or 2 Arcane Torrents while everyone else is running the Dwarf Racial, which is going to be really interesting to see. Something to think about for future
I think that would make
MDIs.
So much sense. Because I think Arcane Torrent is actually a pretty good racial that is kind of underrated in the MDI because everyone has to play Alliance for it, right? And Dwarf Racial is so good. But I don't think everyone in your group needs Dwarf Racial. So having like one person play Arcane Torrent for a master spell, I do think that is something that's going to be played a lot, I assume, in the next season.
This is so interesting. Look at how much OMEGALUL is committing to the single target damage of their group. Ricky had his Infernal off cooldown going into this massive triple trash pull, opted to not use it, letting their Survival Hunter do a majority of the damage, but even without popping the Infernal, still doing, a pretty considerable 40k DPS. Not bad by any means necessary, and they're able to get through the pull cleanly. So pretty useful. Got their Woe Drifter buff, and I would imagine that the rest of their dungeon is going to be pulling these last couple of trash packs into the boss for their final percent.
Yeah, they have everything available here if they want to take the risk, which sometimes you don't have to, right? You can just see, oh, we're pretty far ahead, we don't have to do this. But it looks like they are. They did see one of the inspired mobs there at the very start, and now they're pulling the Relic pack plus everything else into Tredova, and we're going to be committing all offensive cooldowns in just a second. This is still really crucial though, because if they have a wipe here, that could mean that Team Weekend can still catch up because they only need so little trash percentage on their side.
And the Chaos Bolts coming in hot. There's still a few Rain of Fires being cast, but it's mostly Chaos Bolts for pure single target damage coming out of Ricky here. Very important to try to focus a few mobs down, and look at the damage. Even spec'd into the single target. Being able to spawn all those Infernals is insane for the Warlock. Doing still almost 200k DPS. Oh man, that class is something else. There's no way he was
casting Chaos Bolts though, right?
There were some Rain of Fires, but he was also casting Chaos Bolts. It was a little bit of both.
Wow, okay, yeah, that is a lot of damage coming out of that Dastro Warlock there. Of course, mainly AoE, because they pulled so much trash in there. But I do think that, as you said, probably still topping the single target damage too. Not just probably, very likely.
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, like, on AoE, like, something like 60% of your damage is just Infernal AoE and Blasphemy AoE. So, even if you're just casting Chaos Bolts, it's still a lot of AoE damage passively coming out from those Infernals that you spawn whenever your Infernal is up, and it was, of course, there for Ricky. Probably got the Power Infusion, too, so it was just spamming out casts. But, hey, I mean, even with the single-target build not quite going the way they wanted it to, this is still going to be a relatively fast Mists of Tyranna Scythe. Remember, they were comparing it to, I think you said 1502? 1506? Like low 15s?
1502, yeah.
For Donuts in Despair. This is going to end up being in the high 16s, but you know, if they were able to clean up that first boss, maybe go through the maze a little bit quicker, this looks like it's a pretty solid strategy.
Yeah, I definitely like their approach, and I think it's incredibly creative. Thinking about this, even, you know, switching to legendary, switching to horde as well. I really like their like thinking out of the box kind of style for this dungeon. It's definitely very good. You can see, of course, Team Weekend, because of the struggle they had in that maze, they're quite a bit slower, but OMEGALUL was the team expected to win this series, since they are at the second seed of this group. And yeah, just very clean. 0 deaths in this mists as well. And 16:56 is the final time, as they're going to be winning the series against Team Weekend and moving on to the upper bracket.
That's right. We've got a 2-0 for OMEGALUL. The prophecy has been fulfilled, and people jumping off the edge here on Team Weekend as they know this one's over. But they kept it pretty competitive. It did, like you said, the maze did cause them to fall a little bit behind, but it certainly looked a little bit better than the first map in the series. That's for sure.
Yeah, if we see this Team Weekend in the lower bracket tomorrow, I have good hopes for them making a run down there. It was much better than the Plaguefall out of them, but of course, OMEGALUL with just a much faster plan here in Mists, and perfectly executed. Again, 0 deaths in the series from OMEGALUL. Very impressive showing in their first series of the day and of the tournament. Definitely puts them in contention for, I mean, they are one of our top 2 seeded teams in this group. But they are the lower of the 2, right? They're the second highest seeded team in the group, so they're trying to do even better than they did in time trials if they want to win the group.
That's what you got to do. The one of the things that jumped out at me the most from this particular run is something that you were mentioning during it. Is ironic, is a Warlock Legendary, the single target one. Could you say the name of that one again for me? I forgot what it was.
Definitely
What was it again?
Do that. You know, it's one of those Nerubian things. I just can't pronounce it. I don't think human tongues are meant to twist that way. But it increases their chaos bolt damage.
Yeah, you can see the Warlock single target damage here just kind of ascending during the Ingramalic burn phase. Now, if you compare this to last weekend, you'll be like, oh, they got Ingramalic high, like it was worse, right? But you got to remember, this is tyrannical. Last weekend was fortified, so getting Ingramalic to the point where you can, I mean, it's not quite like a 1 phase, but you didn't have to do a second tree, right? You just killed it from 20 to 0 before it got the Embrace Darkness shield. Really impressive. Right. Here's some value out of Blood Elf. During the leap from the Gorge Gullet, people are getting zoned out. People are not able to kick that Nourish the Forest. Everybody's having to move out. Nourish the Forest cast goes off. But like Nagura mentioned, it's a hot. So we've got just those Blood Elves, 2 Blood Elves just instantly clicked there and removing that hot from the pack here. Even though there wasn't like an Inspiring that made that a necessary play, there's just so much stuff going on in these pulls. Similarly here, you got Acid Globules, you've got Volatile Acid, people are getting zoned. You have one of those Absorb Shield casts here, the Simulate Resistance cast you can see ends up going off, right? Then you could just come in, instantly purge that, and it does basically nothing if you have that like within 1 global Blood Elf in either of those cases. So really valuable racial to use in a dungeon like this if you're not confident that you can stop 100% of those casts with your interrupt ability, which realistically, especially on Inspiring, there's just so many ways that can be impossible to do. And then, of course, just this this last boss here just getting melted. Now, to be fair, there's a lot of AoE damage coming out of here as well, but you would be shocked by just how much of this is actually single target from Ricky as well on this Warlock. But, okay, yeah, most of it is AoE.
I don't see Chaos Bolts being casted.
Okay, you know what? I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
There's a little bit of single target happening. You know, there's
a couple there. There's
one.
Yeah, Chaos Bolt. 2, 3.
Come on.
There we go. A couple Chaos Bolts coming through. Yeah.
Just had to set up some dots and stuff for Shard.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
It's all maintenance, you know?
Yeah.
It's really all about the Chaos Bolts in the end. Yeah. Obviously. So, OMEGALUL moving on. Yep. Using the madness of the AZJ. There it is on the right side.
The third top
I see
right.
why you couldn't pronounce that name now.
Yeah. Yeah, those are not some consonants that should ever be next to each other. A J and a Z, that's cursed.
What's wrong with Jay-Z?
That's true.
Great.
All right,
great
not
rapper.
cursed.
What?
Not cursed.
J's and
Good
Z's.
point.
Yeah, they belong next to each other. I mean, to be
Touche.
fair. Well, so we usually see the Wilfred Sigil of Superior Summoning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or the WSSS as it's called, I suppose, too. But or WSOSS.
The W3S. Yeah, that's what all the cool warlocks are calling it. Yeah.
Exactly. All the warlocks on TikTok these days. Yep.
Yeah.
You know how it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the single target one working out. I mean, it's a tyrannical tech, right? But it seems solid. You know, that warlock was certainly like pumping out a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an interesting choice. Now, if they really wanted to double down on pure single target damage, they could have maybe even gone Kyrian Warlock with that as well, because that's pretty much the raid build that most players are running in Raid as Destro, is Kyrian Warlock with Madness.
And on the second and third bosses, you do have ads that you can Scouring Type as well.
So you can get full value of that pretty much the entire fight. Now, the question is who in the group would end up playing Night Fae if the Warlock wasn't Night Fae, so that's probably why they were Night Fae.
True.
Maybe could have been the priest, but they probably just wanted to keep it simple. Could definitely get more damage out of the warlock playing Kyrian.
Night Fae.
Would he need Blood Decay?
If the warlock
Really?
plays, if the priest plays Night Fae, could even have the Fae Guardians to reduce the cooldown of Infernal if you're going to be running something that's not Wilfred's, right? And
Yeah.
it works
I mean, I play Night Fae on Enhanced Shaman on Tyrannical Weeks, so just saying.
No.
We'll keep that option in mind
help.
as well.
We can help.
We'll,
That's right.
You know, if you don't hear from us in 2 weeks, then just assume that we've gone with another candidate.
Does Wind Fury Totem work on Infernal melees?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It did.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
It literally did during beta, and then they made it not. It was a tragic
Wow.
day.
I can't believe they
no
would
fun.
nerf Dastro Warlocks like that.
I know, it was messed up.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Why would they do that? Why they gotta
Yeah.
take it to the pets like that? Well, we got Sloth versus Mythic Meme Dream Team coming up next for our final series of the day. Little preview of that one. Who are we expecting to take it? What do you think, Nagura?
Sloth is definitely the favorite of this matchup because Sloth
Yeah.
is I don't want to call them like super veteran team because they've only started competing 2 seasons ago, but still, right? Having 2 seasons already in MDI is definitely really valuable, especially on the very first day of a cup where you really have to come up with those strategies. And Mythic Meme Dream Team, they are a new team. They're, from friends from live servers doing high keys there. So I do think Sloth is the favorite, but you never know what happens, right?
Yeah, I suppose it's true. Sloth was known as Reload Esports, if you're looking for the name back in Season 2. That's right. But we've seen a couple teams come through from the live servers, either through looking for group or just friends that played together. So Mythic Meme Dream Team, it's cool to see squads like this make it, right? Because if you can, even if you could just make it this far, that's still quite the accomplishment, you know?
Yeah, we will be pitting them as a reward in some of our toughest level dungeons. We got the match 4 list here with 2 24s and a 23. So congratulations, welcome to the MDI.
Well, hey, trial by fire, right? Or a trial by poisonous sludge and gas. But either way, a lot to look forward to for these teams, no doubt. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the final series of the day. It's going to be great. It's going to be Sloth versus MMDT. Do not miss it. Be back in just a few here on MDI. Welcome back to MDI one more time as we get ready for our final series of the day. Doa's Ironic, Dratnos, and Makes here with you, getting ready for Sloth versus Mythic Meme Dream Team. That's right, Sloth with a lot of experience here in MDI, but again, you gotta like the challengers coming up. You gotta like that. That looks like a very comfortable cat right now for Makes.
It once had scritches.
Hold on. Everyone's got all their pets showing up. You know,
here
you go. There you go.
Aw, that's so
is my
cute.
pet. Hi, Mango. Whoa, Ma, you've grown. You're cat size now. Wait, can I do this? Oh yeah, there you go.
Wait, what's
Yeah,
Dratnos'
hi.
pet?
Yeah, where's your pet?
Where's yours, Zyro?
Where's your Zyron?
She's
yeah.
vibing off in some other room.
Yeah,
I didn't want to bother her.
There.
Yeah.
Rejected.
What? We've never
I
seen
mean,
your
it's
pet
not
on
like
stream.
I wanted to bother my cat. It's more like he's here now, so
All right. Goodbye, Mango.
it wasn't voluntary.
Indeed. Well, let's talk about our match we got going on. Obviously, Sloth coming into this one a little bit favored due to experience, I suppose, but you never know. There could be big surprises. But we've got some very difficult dungeons for this series. I'm really excited to see the bans. There's no avoiding the 24 Necrotic Wake, but there's some other stuff that could be dodged. It's going to be Theater of Pain, not, or banned rather, or it was banned, in fact, by Mythic Meme Dream Team, and then the other ban coming in on Gambit for Sloth. So pretty standard to see a team ban out the Tazvash dungeon. But the 21 Theater of Pain, interesting ban that it would be the lowest key level dungeon banned out by Mythic Meme Dream Team.
Yeah, I mean,
Interesting to me anyway.
Tyrannical Theater of Pain is very typically like not a very favorable map for teams to play. 5 boss dungeons, Tyrannical,
It's not
difficult,
fun.
but let's get right into this Necrotic Wave.
Whoa.
That was quick.
All right, so we have the Vengeance Demon Hunters from both sides. This is one of the dungeons where Vengeance does see quite a bit of play. Also, nice extra Kyrian to have in a Kyrian dungeon. Both teams, though, on that same comp, and they're both starting off with this huge pull into Blightbone. Okay, so this is potentially one of the most volatile spots here. They are both using Bloodlust as well.
Yeah, they're both just trying to survive and also blast the boss at the same time. Now, both of these teams would want to use that buff from the Goliath, but it seems like only Sloth has picked up those orbs before, as I don't see the buff on the Mythic Meme Dream Team, right? You're just now getting them, so lost out on a lot of AoE pulsing damage here, just by going straight for Blightbone and not using the debuff.
Yeah, so what Mythic Meme Dream Team might do now, it's always a fun name to have to say every time, is maybe go over and take this chain pull into that Harvester, that double Harvester pack up here. Yeah, this is exactly what they're going to do. So with that pulsing Kyrian orbs, they're going to be using them to take care of this trash as well. And then they'll still potentially even have 20 seconds of that buff to start their next pull if they're quick. So, and they're killing a Woe Drifter in this pack as well. So they'll be able to quickly navigate to whatever they want to do next. I'm actually very excited to see what they can do with this because they were able to deal with the first part of Blightbone without these Kyrian weapons. Yeah, they still have 20 seconds left on them. Maybe they can use this to just nuke the Necromancer over here. Is that what they're up to, or are they just... Okay, no, they're letting this expire without seeing full use of it. Yeah, so I do think that they probably should have activated the first one sooner.
Yeah, I liked your angle of like maximizing this and then using it here. But what they did is Malik dropping really low for Sloth. What they did is the exact, well, nearly exact same as Sloth was doing, and just refreshing that buff. Actually, I think it's Javier goes down here. I was gonna say Javier. How would you say the name?
I think probably Javier as well. Yeah,
okay.
But I'm not 100% sure. You never know for sure.
I mean,
it does look like Mythic Meme Dream Team have a different idea than most other teams in this dungeon, though, because they've skipped that whole Narzuda Necromancer area. So they're going to need to get so much count from this area. I wonder if they're going to pull the big Bone Storm guy. Oh, we have a death over for Mythic Meme Dream. Two actually as well, an Angel and a Hunter going down. Sloth getting towards this part of the dungeon as well, but Sloth has way more trash count because they did that pull of the Narzuda mini-boss, but Mythic Meme Dream Team now have a tank on the floor. This is not good.
Oh no, I was just thinking about what they might do to catch up on the trash count, as you were saying, Dratnos, as kind of tragedy unfolded in front of our eyes with that chain dying here, and now they don't have the woe buff. we need to kind of play a lot more trash to get back where they were before. But for Sloth, Mickey also goes down, followed by Malik, followed by Javier, followed by Markier. They're going down as well. Markier's still trying to be alive, but without a tank, I'm not sure how much longer they can go. Markier, assumably, is still in fight. I was saying maybe they got out of fight, but Simpkins down, and now the Rogue will probably also. Was that the last second vanish? Whew.
All right, so both teams are having a lot going wrong here. Mythic Meme Dream Team actually look like they're going to pick up some count from the start of the dungeon now. So maybe they intended to get this with the Blightbone pull and it just didn't come with them at the start. They weren't able to tag in or something, or maybe this is a adaptation that they're making since that didn't work out for them, and they're going to then cut something that was part of their plan later. Meanwhile, Sloth are going to use the mass res here. Beautiful use of Mind Soothe to skip past almost everything and get back here. Yeah, that tragic quaking in the middle of the Master Res cast. Hate to see it.
I think every healer knows exactly how that feels. You're on a timer, you do want to go quickly, and you figure out that in the middle of your mass res, there's going to be a quaking coming in, and it seems like Mickey has to cast the second time because Javier was not in range, so needs to do it again, this time without any quaking interruptions. But I'm curious as to whether or not we're going to go to the left side now and pick up some Goliath orbs to make our life a little bit easier for these teams. But Mythic Meme Dream Team now at the Necromancer that you were talking about earlier, and it would have been the perfect pull with the Kyrian orb still going on. Now without him, it's going to be a lot harder, and I wonder if they are also planning to pull this trash here, or if they decide to kind of Mind Soothe and skip around it. Looks like they're setting up
to do a skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to still need quite a bit of count. You need 68% before you go up to the Necropolis, or if you want to not kill the Fleshcrafter, 70%. So they certainly still need to get a lot of enemies. Looks like they're probably going to get these two Marauders, maybe pull them over onto that Necromancer. This is something you can do on the live servers, a pretty reasonably sized pull, although got to make sure your tank doesn't die on the way over. And then, yeah, they're even just going to take care of these Marauders by themselves. So Mythic Meme Dream Team certainly are slowing down here. This makes a lot of sense, though, after you have a wipe, right? After the plan sort of falls apart. Sloth, not really that far ahead. They're also in this exact same area in the dungeon. They only have a couple more points of count as well. So this is very much still anybody's game. And if either team can do the Necropolis area quickly, you know, they can kind of reset, get back up there, have their plan work out again, I think they will win this match, because this is, again, both teams are on the exact same count. They're on the exact same spot in the dungeon. Sloth have maybe 20 seconds of lead, just of like, they're a little bit ahead on the Necromancer, maybe a little bit more than that, but not much more than that. And this dungeon is still very dangerous from here. I mean, usually we think of the Necropolis as the scariest part, not necessarily this middle area between the first and second boss.
But to be fair, while the Necromancer pack was being pulled by both of these teams, you could see Markier going there first. Simpkins goes down here, gets aggroed by this huge pull. No Battle Rush available. This is pretty terrible for Sloth, as their main DPS is not with the group for a huge pack. There are casts coming through. Malik going down, Markier going down. Mickey is in the angel form, and Javier is also knocked down. Full team wipe for a Sloth here. I was going to say...
and mobs are snapping to the start of the dungeon. Oh, no. Okay, so sometimes when you have, like, dots ticking on these, if you release quickly enough, they'll do this. And now they're just going to get farmed at the start of the dungeon for a little while, it looks like. They have to just all stay dead for long enough for these things to reset and go back home. It looks like they've done that now, and they can safely release. But that is Necrotic Wake, just gonna apply another 30 seconds of taxation to Sloth's timer here, as they now are in this unenviable position that Mythic Meme Dream Team were in a little while ago, of just killing some stuff at the start of the dungeon because things have gone so wrong. Meanwhile, Mythic Meme Dream Team have trash onto the second boss, and actually this looks like it's working out for them. It looks like they are right back on this. They've gotten the count, and all the trash is dead here. They just have the boss and the encrypted relic still alive. Now, it is worth noting, Mythic Meme Dream Team appear to only be at 66% trash count. So they aren't quite ready to head up to the Necropolis. They do need to go and grab another mob. Maybe they'll just do it at the end of the dungeon. Just go back to the front of the dungeon, get one more enemy. Oh, the Soul Shape into danger there. from Lemonlock. Doesn't quite die,
That
though,
was
because,
just
of
a
course,
pure demonstration of bravery. I have no other word for what Lemon just did. It just, like, full blink into that breath saying, Creepy can heal me no matter what. I think this was, like, the WoW version of a trust fall, Dratmus.
I think it's whenever, like, the hunter in your group is complaining about how squishy they are, and you're just like, look, the game's so easy. Just blink into all these damage, and they're like, no, that kills me. And you're just the warlocks there like, I don't understand. Why are you dying to these mechanics?
Just flex.
Yeah.
To be fair, there is an awful lot of damage coming in from Amarth here. I think it looks like one of the volleys just came through on the team, but Creepy is able to top the group back up to life as they try and finish this boss here. 15% remaining. Looks really, really good for them, but Sloth is trying to catch up. They got in fight with some Blightbacks here and want to keep on going, but they still have this huge pull ahead of them. And thankfully, none of the Kyrian Javelins have been used yet, so we still have those, but they need to rush to get back to where Mythic Meme Dream Team already is. And like you said, 66%. Doesn't seem like they care too much about that. It's going to go up to the Necropolis. And probably, like you said, will catch up on the remaining trash after the final boss, as the easiest way to get that trash would be the entrance area. Because where they are right now, they did everything.
It would be really embarrassing if it was actually 66% and not 68% as well, which I am somewhat worried about now that they have gone up to the Necropolis, but we'll have to just check at the end of the dungeon and see if it lined up or not. I was pretty sure it was 68%, but I have been wrong about these sorts of things sometimes in the past. Meanwhile, Sloth are about to go on to the second boss too. They're just going to kill off a little bit more trash, and I think they're just going to head around the side here and skip to boss themselves. So Sloth are maybe 2-3 minutes behind Mythic Meme Dream Team, maybe 4 if you count that death timer. It's a lot of time, but Mythic Meme Dream Team can't afford to rest on their laurels, right? They have to be really careful of the bosses still. A 24 dungeon, these bosses, even on Fortified, are super deadly. And if you try and you use like a spear on Stitchflesh and then you wipe anyways, it can be really, really punishing, and you can potentially fall far more than those 4 minutes behind. So they are taking this area quite slowly, Mythic Meme Dream Team are. They are safe to do that, but they need to make sure that they don't wipe. That's going to be the big thing. If they can avoid wiping, they can probably do the rest of this dungeon 1 pack at a time and be just fine.
I mean, it depends on kind of what the other team does, right? If Sloth now goes in and goes really big in the Necropolis, again, they have 3 of the Javelins still available. They're not going to use them on Amarth. They're not going to use them on the big pole here as they finish with that. They have all of the trash count they need to go up into the Necropolis. They don't need to kind of double back down after the final boss. If they go risky and it kind of pays off in that Necropolis, I feel like they can catch up pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, they probably at this point, like that would be the play that would like make sense if they've ever done it, if they've prepped it, if they can attempt it with a reasonable chance of success. They should go for it. But the thing is, in an MDI setting, you know, we often talk about like, oh, what this team could do to catch up from here. In practice, it's often not that interactive, right? They often don't look at what the other team's up to. They just focus on doing their own route, doing their own strategy, recovering, and trying to do things cleanly. So I think the awareness of like how far behind they are is probably not something that they're actually going to make decisions based off of, even if they know, which there's a good chance that they're not even keeping that close track. So yeah, we'll have to see how they decide to attack that Necropolis. Either way, there's definitely still just a huge chance that Mythic Meme Dream Team has something still go wrong in the rest of this dungeon. And if that happens, Sloth definitely need to be ready to capitalize. To be fair, just like a tidbit of background information on this team, Sloth is formerly Reload, formerly Sloth, and they're one of the very few teams that have an external person calling the shots, similar how Maris does for Echo. They actually did it before Echo did it, so I'm fairly confident that they would know what's going on with the other team. So maybe then they'll be able to make the call to like do the whole Necropolis all at once. That's not something you can do if you haven't practiced it. But you know, if it's something that you can do with like 20% success rate, right? You shouldn't normally do that. But when you know you're this far behind, maybe you do. Although as we say that, Mythic Meme Dream Team are having a wipe here. Now, Sloth has 2 minutes of delay on the stream, right? So they won't actually know this before they decide how they want to do the Necropolis. But this is exactly the kind of thing that always can happen in the Necropolis, and so it's worth never just assuming that you need to go faster. And sometimes if you have just slow and safe, you got to try that and just hope something like this happens to the other team. Okay, so Sloth, what are they up to here? Looks pretty big. It looks very big. It looks like almost the whole Necropolis. Here comes almost everything all at once here. Big damage coming out on the whole group. Sigil chains gripping everything together. And there's going to be the Fell Devastation. They're using a couple of, it looks like one of the orbs. The anima
yeah, the
orbs.
orb went in.
Yeah.
They still have all three spears. They still have the hammer. They have everything still. Oh, Mark here. Now throwing that javelin in, making sure nothing gets out of hand here. I really like that. I think they should have done it very, very good. Throwing that spear into it. Now they have the right side of the Necropolis still remaining. We'll probably pull that together. The Flashcrafter there is just running wild a little bit, but they can definitely deal with that. Just gonna get it into the Loyal Creations back and now into the next poll. That's kind of what I was hoping for them to do. I mean, that's just crazy talk from me now. I would have liked to see the right pack go into it as well, just for funsies. But I really, really like this.
I suspect that was the biggest that they felt comfortable doing, and it's definitely paying off for them right now. The other thing you have to remember is, if we're right about the count situation, Mythic Meme Dream Team are going to have to go back to the start of the dungeon at the end of this. So actually, I think Sloth might have retaken the lead here. It's certainly very, very close because both teams are still working on trash here. Once Sloth killed these mobs, they will start that trash gauntlet. So that I think they're actually maybe even just noticeably ahead now. Somehow they have just been doing so much more damage in here, and doing the Necropolis in 2 pulls rather than in 4 is such a time save, especially when the 4 also includes a wipe like it did for the Dream Team.
So before that wipe on Mythic Meme Dream Team's side, there was also the penalty timer playing against Sloth. But now that they've wiped, they themselves also got those 25 penalty seconds on the timer. And now it's 75 to 60 seconds, which can be close enough for some of these teams. So I'm just super here for it. I love what we're seeing right now. It's so close. And it comes down to whether or not something has been tracked incorrectly, but they definitely, according to the overlay, did not have enough trash count going up into the Necropolis. So if that is the case, they will go down after the final boss. And like you said, Sloth has... Oh, Javier goes down there for a second. Another 5 seconds for Sloth on that penalty timer. And, Vacas, very late turtle kills London with the frontal, I would say. The targeted ability there. Yeah.
So not perfect execution from both teams on this double assistant pull. Sloth is going to get through it, but now you can see we have 16 deaths for Sloth and 14 for Mythic Meme Dream Team. So 10 seconds in favor of Mythic Meme Dream Team on the death counter. Sloth now are going to start off with the Gore Grind pull. Meanwhile, Mythic Meme Dream Team still have to finish off this double assistant pull. It is actually fairly deadly. One thing that can happen is the same person can be targeted by both cleavers, which can always be something that you have to be careful of. You usually need the tank to soak one of them in that situation. That wasn't actually what happened to them, but that is something you always need to be ready for whenever you're doing this pull.
To be fair, I really liked Vaka's idea of kind of pulling that turtle, making sure they live, but there was a rogue in the way, which caught the frontal. So unfortunate kind of communication there of are you going to cover it? Do you need someone to step in? And then can I live if I step in? But they are now also moving on to this Gore Grind pack, which Sloth is just now finishing up on. And I'm just peeking at kind of the cooldowns coming ready for the Mythic Meme Dream Team, where Sloth still has a little bit to go. But on the other hand, Mythic Meme Dream Team has two more hammers, as one of the hammers has been used for the trash packs from Sloth, and then also the same amount of spares.
Yeah, I suspect you're going to want to hold cooldowns for Stitch Flesh, even on Fortified, but we'll see. Let's see what Sloth decides to do. I mean, Sloth, doesn't have cooldowns. They'll just have them coming up during the boss fight. The Mythic Meme Dream Team, on the other hand, could send Infernal on Trash If they don't, they're going to be holding it for a long time. But the problem is,
no,
they're press it right now. Yep. Okay. There's the Infernal. I guess with Wilfred's, it will probably be back for Stitch Flesh, but it might be close. It might not be until midway through the burn. We'll have to see. We'll have to keep a track of exactly how that cooldown is lining up. Meanwhile, Sloth almost on the boss here. They just got to finish off Rot Spew, and then they'll be able to fight the boss here. 98% trash count are Sloth, so they are going to be good on trash. They aren't going to need to kill that Flesh Crafter. They are going to need to make sure this Throw Cleaver doesn't hit any of them.
Oh.
Done a good job of that. They've hit one of the actually the highest health mob, so really well done by Sloth. And they now are blinding that Flesh Crafter and going into Surge and Stitch Flesh at 100% count. Meanwhile, the Mythic Meme Dream Team, 96% count, so we'll have to watch and see if that goes all the way up to 100 or not when they finish off this pull. Sloth getting started on the Stitch Flesh fight, though. Let's see what resources they decide to commit here. I'm curious to see if that Spear is going to get used on Stitch Flesh when it comes down here. There's one on a Hunter, so you'd probably want to misdirect and then send the Spear. Yeah, there it is, off of the Hunter, and save the one from the Priest for the last boss.
And we're now also using our cooldowns. No Bloodlust committed on Sloth and here, but we're going to use every cooldown that is available to absolutely burst Stitch Flesh, now down to 27, 26, 25%, melting in front of their eyes. Beautiful DPS coming out of Sloth. Now jumping back, important hook. This needs to hit or there's gonna be trouble, but it hits and Stitch Flesh comes back down. You're going to be able to finish off this boss fight pretty easily, I would say.
Yeah, once Stitch Flesh reaches 5% health, he won't cast Escape anymore, so you can just keep on burning without any fear of the boss going back to the front of the room, and you can see Sloth have killed it off. They have saved one Spear to use on the last boss. Meanwhile, the Dream Team only at 98% count, so they will have to go back down at the end of this dungeon. But they are also going to hook down Stitch Flesh, and let's see what they decide to commit here. They are behind, but they do have 3 extra hammers, and of course that Spear still to use on this boss. So they can maybe catch up a little bit off of those. And there's 10 seconds of death differential in their favor. Looks like it's just going to be a Spear from them. So they will have 3 extra hammers to use on the last boss. Potentially that could be a big deal. Sloth, though, are going to use their Lust and try and just finish this off. You can see there's a Flesh Crafter. It's actually still downstairs for Sloth, meleeing from below. Usually you need to like put a CC on the Flesh Crafter before you come upstairs and then stand in a specific spot up here. And there it goes to make sure that it actually does come up with you.
It looked like they used Kidney, to be honest, or the Priest Stun. So a single target stun was committed when they went up, but somehow the Flash Crafter didn't want to follow. And if it was the Priest Stun, maybe it just wasn't long enough for them to kind of be CC'd until they appeared up on the top of the Necropolis. But anyway, the Crafter is here now. 2 battle russes available for Sloth as they melt this boss down. Mythic Meme Dream Team now also moving up, like you said, used one of the hammers that they still had, but 2 more and 1 javelin are still available to them.
Yeah, with the Javier going down for Sloth actually here. I don't think that was an intentional. Sometimes on this boss we see intentional deaths, right? People who are sent downstairs, dying intentionally to get rezzed and not waste the time. But I don't think that was necessarily the case there. I think that might have been a Comet Storm related death. Sloth are now out of battle rezzes. They are on 18 deaths in this dungeon. So 20 seconds after they kill this boss will be how long Mythic Meme Dream Team have to stop the clock. But I actually don't think it's going to come down to that at all. I think Sloth are far enough ahead here that it's going to be a matter of minutes, not seconds, that actually separate these teams at the end, especially when you factor in that 2% count that Mythic Meme Dream Team have to go and get after this boss dies. The boss almost dead for Sloth. I think that's it. I think Sloth are going to take the lead in this series. Wow, this was a messy Necrotic Wake, but they are going to be so happy to somehow end up in the win column after this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. This should probably be going to Sloth. I'm just looking at the timer for the Mythic Meme Dream Team. As they burned everything, they still have 2 more hammers to use. 1 goes in, but I don't think it will be enough here, like you said. So, yeah, Sloth getting that 1-0.
Yeah, that was a spicy one. That was an exciting one for Sloth and Mythic Meme Dream Team. And at the beginning, you know, I thought our Mythic Memers had a shot there. I mean, they certainly did, right? But just Sloth being able to stay solid catch back up again, kind of keep the mental fortitude high. I think ended up giving the victory. But that was an exciting one. That was tight.
Yeah, that is something we talk about quite often with some of the better and more veteran teams in the MDI is their ability to take a wipe with stride, not let it affect you too much, and get back to the dungeon and keep playing. Remember, the dungeon's not over until somebody finishes. As long as you don't see one of the admins type in your chat, the other team has won, you can still play for the win, and that's what happened here for Sloth. They were able to claw back, play clean, and play safe enough to finish off the dungeon just barely ahead of MMDT here. So, well played to Sloth.
Well, that was an especially scary wipe, too, because they even had some of those mobs snap back to the beginning of the dungeon, and they had to take extra time just letting everyone die again to get started. So that was extra bad, but worked out in the end.
Yeah, so let's look at what happened here. I mean, there were a ton of potential clips for us to choose from here. There were a lot of wipes in this dungeon, but the biggest thing to start off with was the very first total team wipe for Sloth, which are going to show up in a little bit here. When they start shrouding to the boss, I don't know particularly why this happens, but they drop their shroud early, and this causes their warlock to seed. And I guess we must have missed the clip for it, unfortunately. But it caused the warlock to seed, and without your warlock alive on that on that big boss pull, you're losing a lot of your AoE CC, right? Those infernal stuns that keep coming out from your 4-set procs are really nice, just stops on cast. And it happens for like your first 3 4-set procs. You don't have that available to you, and they're not doing any damage. That trash pull, here we go. That just is going to kill you. So the shroud comes out. I wonder, why does the shroud stop here? Oh, we give it for the kick. And that killed their warlock. Well, there you go. A little bit overzealous. That necrotic bulk wasn't going to kill anybody, but it ended up killing the warlock when he kicked it. So, yeah, that's...
Sometimes, you just see that spell being cast and you can't help it. You're like, it's my duty. My duty is to end this spell, but
you want to help the group. That's a positive thing.
Yeah,
it came from a place of love,
and
know?
Ultimately, can we really blame somebody for killing a warlock? I don't think so.
You know what?
I don't have a problem with it.
He had it coming to him. I don't know why, but he definitely did. Well,
how do we know that wasn't intentional?
It might have been. It might have been just true BM play. You know what? We're going to win this map anyways. I'm just going to kill our warlock for fun. Well, it ended up working out for them. They played clean enough. They were able to get Nalthor down with this Fleshcrafter. They played pretty clean after that big wipe. And honestly, remember, their death count total was pretty propped up by the fact that after they wiped on the second boss, they had trash snaps back to the beginning of the instance, which can happen when you snap trash. And they ended up feeding an extra 6 deaths to the counter there because people kept releasing. And the only way to stop that at that point is just to nobody release, everyone stay dead, let the mobs reset, then you can get back into it. And they eventually got back to it and were able to play it clean.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, sometimes you have to just kind of bring up the phrase, it's not over till it's over again, right? Because you can see teams where they have this big wipe at the beginning of a dungeon, and it's like, oh, okay, well, call it, that's it, but... You just never know. I mean, these dungeons are so difficult. Remember, this is 24 fortified, right? So anything can happen. Anything can go wrong at any time, basically. The mobs are hitting hard. The affixes are going to be a big problem. Any key on 24 is going to be a major challenge that even the best teams can kind of slip up with once in a while, like we saw just now.
If I'm not mistaken as well, this Sloth team has had basically this exact same story in a Necrotic Wake before of a 20-plus death run that they managed to win against an even more scuffed run from an opponent. So, I mean, on the one hand, it's got to be rough, right, to have this dungeon that just keeps killing you. On the other hand, you keep winning in there, All right, we take these, right?
If you're going to have that Kryptonite dungeon, at least if you get a win, that makes it worth, right?
So Sloth is one of the teams that, not in a series, but in a map, beat Echo once. I do want to say that because they're a team that has been consecutively competing really well throughout all of the MDI, but somehow it's always that necrotic wake that bites them, and I have no idea why. If they just don't like this dungeon, if the way they practice it is not ideal. Maybe I can find out later, but to me, this is like the MDI mystery.
Maybe it's just a cursed dungeon for them. Who knows, Everybody's got their kryptonite, I guess.
Yeah,
that's right.
Speaking of curses.
Too spooky.
Speaking of curses,
Halls of Atonement
is our next map. I wonder if any of these teams will bust out the Ellie Shaman for the curse dispel.
All right.
Ooh.
Listen, so I wasn't casting when this happened last weekend, but we saw a team break out both the Frost Mage and the Ellie Shaman in a key. Okay, listen, I was saying bring out one of them. Bringing out just one of them would be really good. I don't know if you need 2 Curse Dispels. You can just interrupt the rest of them. I still want to see either the Ellie Shaman or the Frost Mage, not both in one key. I think that'll compete for some of the fastest key times we can see out of this dungeon for any team.
I'm just wondering, does anybody know if like Enhancement Shaman has a Curse Dispel as well? Maybe that could be something that
they do. They do in fact have one, and most, not all, but most have it on their bars even.
Well,
usable.
Not me when I play a DPS spec. Curse spells that's for somebody else to worry about.
I do it. You know, one of the many great things about us is our utility. You know, there are dozens of us. Hey,
there are a lot more than that now.
Yeah, there are, and they're legitimately good right now. That's true. Yeah, mostly in a raid, but in M+, they're better than you think.
They go to M+ to gear up so that they can then do the raid. Yeah.
Or just do both.
That's true.
You know.
They sometimes show up in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, there's probably only dozens of real enhancement shamans, right? All the other ones are just fodder rerollers.
I actually think Tyrannical.
There you go. Yeah.
They can be pretty compelling in some comps, but this fortified dungeon, I do think Ellie on fortified is such a good way to play the shaman. Shaman, not something I think is super likely that we'll see from either team. I think more likely is the plan of just like, let's just not dispel curses and dwarf them off and not even worry about it at all. But if you do want one, I'm with Zyra. I think Ellie Shaman is the way to go if you decide you need that curse to spell.
I feel like we've seen a fair amount of resto shamans in this particular dungeon, which is another option, but it just feels like Holy Priest is much more popular these days. Mix, what do you think?
I'm just remembering that the map in which back then Reload beat Echo was Halls of Atonement. So now I'm really excited to see what they do in this dungeon.
Oh.
All right. Do you remember the comp?
No.
I mean, it was totally different meta. It doesn't really apply here, but like still.
I just remembered the dungeon.
And what was the boss timer
that's
on the second
impressive
boss
too.
for them there?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the weather like outside that day?
I would know numbers. Yes, that is why I'm here.
Oh, you're casting the MDI? Name every match.
Yep. Next time. Yeah. Well,
do you
we'll
want to
get into
ask
that
me what legendaries they were running or what continents? I'm sure.
Yeah, do you remember?
No.
It wasn't that long ago. Come
why
on.
would you ask us to ask you if you didn't know? It's so embarrassing.
I feel deceived, really, you know.
That's fair.
Mythic Meme Dream Team. Hey, there's a haircut we could put on the jailer. Look at what that unicorn's got going on.
I mean, I'm kind of jealous of that haircut. It
Yeah.
looks amazing.
A jailer could rock that, maybe.
I wish I could.
I just like the Mythic Meme Dream Team. Like, it feels like they've got the exact maximum amount of characters that our UI can fit on most of the, like, UI elements. If you see, like, when we go to bracket later, look at how squished their letters have to be to fit the team name into that bracket. So I'm a fan.
So,
I'm just hoping some team comes along one day and tries to add one more letter, just sees how many we can stack on there like a Jenga game.
To
you
be
got your mission
fair,
out there, internet.
to be fair, they gave us the option of like shortening it to MMDT, but I have way more fun saying Mythic Meme Dream Team every time.
Yeah, of course. Here's my question. Is this like the disembodied head of a unicorn in like a glass container? Or is it kind of like a helmet? But if it's like a space helmet and there's a hole cut in the top, that's still going to cause breathing issues, right?
I feel like it's like the Khadgar floating head, the wondrous wisdom ball, Khadgar floating around in that thing.
Okay,
Ooh.
I can see it.
We are going to have to table this discussion for now, though, as it looks like the first pull of the dungeon is getting started. Both teams are on the Resto Shaman operation to get their curse to spell, and both teams are going into a big Shard of Halkia's pull at the start here. Bloodlust popped by Sloth. Mythic Meme Dream Team probably about to do that as well, as they're trying to use Sigil of Silence to grip everything together. Oh, so much danger, though. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, Madburn barely dropping to death, but Creepy Sham comes in with the SLT, makes sure the tank is stable. We are still in the Metamorphosis form for Madburn, but on the other side, Sloth is also taking some big chunks out of their HP as the shard and everything surrounding it also goes down. Be careful now as the pull ends, because these mobs are enraged, so that will do a lot more damage, especially that shard just thrashing before it is finished, adding some more AoE damage to the groups. But Mythic Meme Dream Team able to finish off here with 19% trash count. It seems like they left out the middle pack here, whereas Sloth finishes with 26%.
I love the Woe relic that Sloth chose there as well. It gave them some damage reduction against the end of that pull, and it's going to let them zoom over to their next pull. That's going to be another shard pull for them, medium-sized pull. Meanwhile, Mythic Meme Dream Team are just picking up no shard. This is just a trash pull in the middle of the dungeon. A couple of dangerous mobs here. They're going to get a reasonable amount of count, but usually it's best in Halls of Atonement if you can have as few pulls that don't involve a Shard of Halkias as possible, and you can try and just do like all the rest of your count either with the boss itself or with Shards of Halkias, and then have maybe 0 or 1 extra pulls that don't fit those criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the trash count once these polls are over to see where Mythic Meme Dream Team places once they're done. But Sloth is doing a pretty good job at that huge, well, not huge for Halls of Atonement, but at that decent-sized pull, like you were saying. There were some scary bolts coming out of these caster mobs here, but they were able to finish them off, and now they go down and go for the next shard pull, and this one looks pretty big. Yeah, there we go. Malik jumping over, also getting those relics. This is a pretty big pull, I would say. It's not huge, but it is pretty big. There's a lot of casts going in there. There's an AoE CC coming in. Beautiful. Not sure if it was the involuntary one from the Warlock 4-piece, but everything got CC just for a short second, and now should be going down in the next couple of seconds. Malik looking pretty stable there for the group. Beautiful
Raging
how
mobs,
they're playing
though.
that.
Raging Wicked Bolts are starting to come out on him. He's taking a lot of extra damage. Is still in his meta there from the last Fell Devastation, but look as he's starting to kite here. He's got a Raging Bleed now ticking on him as well as he just continues running around, gets back to Fell Devastation though, and I think that's going to be enough for them to get through here. This group does have Soothe. Both groups do have Hunter Pets can Soothe, and also the rogues can Shiv to Soothe. So they actually do have a good way of doing a little bit of Raging mitigation, but when you have 10 mobs, you can only dispel 2 of them tops. So you're probably just targeting the Shard of Halkias, and some Raging other abilities are going to go through on your tank. So well played by Sloth, not dying to any of those.
I really loved the timing that Sloth had for this group. As the mobs started to go into Raging, the buff came in, gave them that extra healing. That was such a great timing for them. Helped out tremendously with this pull, I would say. And now they're just doing a little bit of trash on the sides before they go big into Halkias, I would assume here.
Yeah,
they're actually not as big. Okay.
Yeah, so we're looking for teams to get to around 80% countdown here. Maybe it's going to be a case of dragging Halkias from pull to pull. That's what Sloth are up to right now. Yeah, they're going to drag Halkias with the last pull at like 50% health into the middle of the room here and just kind of go on a world tour for a while. There's the resonating arrows, so they're going to stop for a little bit and do some damage, hopefully killing at least the first pull here. One thing that we know a lot of teams like to do is when you're facing where Halkias spawns, there's some packs over to the right that include a set of relics. And so often what teams like to do is go there and get a woe towards the end of Halkias and use that woe to skip to the second boss immediately after the boss dies. So that is definitely something to look out for Sloth planning to do. But they still need to source quite a bit of count from this area.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm just looking at where the trash is ending as they finish up on these mobs here, but it looks like you said they're about 10-12% off-ish in order to be able to skip to the boss. So they need to add a lot more trash to either Halkias or pull really big after this to make up for it. And maybe if their game plan is to just finish up on the boss, then they're not even looking to add into it, but they're doing it right now. So, yeah. Maybe
this is usually going to be a woe relic for them. I don't think this is quite enough count, but no, you see a Turtled Hunter there, so probably went to go and pull the Hound
Javier
Master
pulled
pack.
Something, right?
Yeah, or maybe went to go and
coming.
It. We'll see what exactly is happening here for Sloth. I feel like it would be here now if it was pulled.
It should have been, so maybe just trapped.
Meanwhile, one thing I've noticed on the side of Sloth, they actually are using that Venthyr Warlock for even more AoE, and actually for some defensive benefit too. Venthyr Warlock, you have that Impending Catastrophe, big projectile, and one of the cool things it does is it applies Curse of Tongues or Curse of Weakness to everything that it hits, which is a damage reduction on your tank effectively. So a nice way to make these dangerous pulls a little bit less dangerous. Still very deadly though. These enraged wicked bolts that are going off here cause a lot of damage to a lot of tanks.
Yeah, very scary, but they're doing a beautiful job of finishing them off for Sloth. On the side of Mythic Meme Dream Team, Vakas goes down there for a second, should be back with the team in just a little bit, but they need to get going on Halkias to kind of start off with the bigger pulls here as Sloth has moved on. They still need trash count, though.
Look at this, though.
Pulling it up the stairs.
And I wonder if this is going to go into boss. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I haven't seen this before, but this is so cool. And Malik is going to use that glide to cancel the knockback and get right back to exactly where he wanted to be. And they are now going to be fighting one Goliath, one of the gargoyles, and then a bunch of obliterators and dark blades, and also 2 sets of relics, with both have turned into dismantlers here. They get their first buff, and they're hopefully going to get the second one right around when this first one expires. So that's actually really nice. Look at these big hits of damage that are coming out on the group. Every time you kill one of the boss ads, it does a bunch of damage to the whole group. But whenever that's happening during an cipher, it doesn't really matter at all.
Yeah, that was really, really smart tech coming out from Sloth here. For a second, it felt like nostalgia, because back when this dungeon first came out, people would often play these kind of gargoyles on the stairs, and sometimes you would drag them into boss, but it was always kind of scary, and it was never done in the MDI as much, I would say. So seeing this pull come back with the option of having these relics is really, really great. And slowly but surely, they're going to be finishing off this Stoneborn Slasher. The raging has already been soothed from either the Hunter or the Rogue, like you were saying. But on the other side of the screen, Mythic Meme Dream Team are looking to cash up. Equal in trash count, there's one more Gargan in the boss, and now trying to melt down Halkias here.
Yeah, they have a long way to go here. They're certainly pretty far behind Sloth. This is a pretty different story than last dungeon, which was all about mistakes that both teams were making. This dungeon appears to be all about just a faster route by Sloth, slightly bigger pulls, doing the Halkias area in I think 2 fewer pulls is such a huge time save, and just pumping so much damage here. Sloth are looking like real MDI competitors in this dungeon so far. That being said, Mythic Meme Dream Team, not that far behind. You know, they're also at 79% count. If they just go and grab that woe relic towards the end of this boss, they'll be all set on count. They won't need to pull any trash into Echelon. So they are 1 fortified boss behind where Sloth are. That is not an insurmountable lead. That's the kind of thing where Sloth are still 1 mistake away, and particularly in this part of the dungeon, a mistake here sends you back to the start of the dungeon, and it can set you back so far. And wow, look what they're doing here. They are getting set up potentially for a really big pull. I wonder if they're looking to go into boss. Maybe.
There's a gateway coming out, so
let's go.
It definitely looks like everything is going to be going into the boss here. Sloth just going completely ham with this setup, getting everything into high educator release. The mobs are now creeping up. Really smart tech by them, because the explosive orbs down there are not hurting them. So as long as everything is down there, they don't need to deal with it. They can just track everything up. Then they also have the Gargans, which are taken over by the vent here. And they're now just completely full sending this pack, using all of their cooldowns, all of their personal. The SLT is in. Whoa. There is maybe an explosive coming up there. Two of these explosives just went out, but they're doing such a good job at surviving here. Malik in the Metamorphosis form, doing so well, just eating all of those shots. One more ad is alive on the corner. It's a Houndmaster, but they should be able to deal with that as well.
Yeah, they are now through the worst of it. Incredibly impressive pull coming out of Sloth there. And this is the kind of thing, when you see Sloth executing this dungeon this way, you know, this is a team that, they are the 3rd highest seeded team in our bracket, so they are the team that is like challenging for one of those 2 spots out of this group. And this is actually a pretty scary run. If you're OMEGALUL, if you're Ethical, you know, if you're looking at this Sloth run that's coming together here, you got to be like, oh my goodness, this is a really scary contender. Donuts in Despair even as well. Like Sloth, I could certainly see them, if they can do all of their runs at this level and not the Necrotic Wake level we saw out of them. This is a team that could definitely win one of the tickets out of the group.
Yeah, and I think like if you look at the team history, that has always been their storyline. There are some dungeons and some maps even where they just do extremely well, where they execute perfectly, where they do polls that no one even thought about. Like they bring new strats, which is beautiful to see, but then sometimes they're just not as consistent. So if they can up that, the consistency in which they play these keys, I would love to see them in the finals and just show how far they can get. I'm a huge fan of the Spanish team, and they're going to move on here. We'll do the mini boss.
So it is 23 fortified. I wonder how much damage they have. I wonder if they can actually push the mini boss before it gets to its second Dark Communion cast.
I mean, they're going to try their bloodlusting.
Yeah, I think you do need to do this on Fortified if you're trying to get through. Look how much damage they're just cranking into Cigar here. It's going to be Wicked Bolt, one more Wicked Bolt here, and then the Disperse Sin is now coming out. 2 more Wicked Bolts, and then it'll be the Dark Communion. There's the first Wicked Bolt. Next Wicked Bolt, and this one they're going to kick, and now the boss is locked out. I think the next thing it's going to do is the next Dark Communion cast. One more Disperse Sin, and then... Okay, actually, I was wrong. There was still much more of the cast sequence. They were fine. Yeah.
I love the alibi stat from Shimkins when in the ray of Vi, it was like right in the middle of that Vi interceptor beam, and it felt like it would go off, and he just stepped to the side while it was going off, just for like, hey, I was moving. Nice.
Warlock behavior right there, if I've ever seen it.
Oh yeah. But now on to Lord Chamberlain, one of my favorite bosses in all of Shadowlands, the Yeet Master 3000. There's also another Vi just randomly shooting at people, and they need to kind of deal with that. Ideally, they want to kill it right when they can actually boss burn. Now that they don't have the Bloodlust anymore, it might take a little bit longer, but we are on a fortified key, so it shouldn't take them too long in general. The boss is going to yeet everything towards him. Now, they need to be careful not to stand in everything, because that will be scary, and here comes the burn phase. Everything goes in. Vi is down, and they can just absolutely blast this boss.
Yeah, you can see the tank is soaking 2 of these beams, which you can do by standing right under the boss on that side. And the other 2 are going into the Rogue, who used Cloak after they were at about 15% health, got topped all the way back up, and then Cloak expired, and then they fell to 15 again. So really good Cloak timing. That's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to press Cloak instantly. You want to take some damage first, and then use Cloak and give your healer a bunch of time to pop you, and then you have the last couple seconds of the dot on yourself. Presumably, we're going to see Turtle used on the next soak. Or maybe just the Warlock or the healer going and standing in it with some defensive. Something like Spirit Link Totem is available, so that would be another good way to do it without having to take the damage loss of the turtle. As we get back to that next ritual almost immediately for Sloth, they are doing so much damage.
Yeah, but I do want to highlight Mythic Meme Dream Team with the Bloodlust did a very similar pull to what Sloth has done earlier. Not as big, but dragging a lot of the Dark Blades into the High Educator release and just full sending it, doing all of that damage together with Bloodlust to try and catch up some timer on the overall here. Of course, I don't think they will be able to catch up, but in terms of the overall competition and how this weekend is looking, I think even with the fact that this is a new team, they will also be a force to look out for in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely agree there. A much better showing from both teams here in the Halls of Atonement than in the Necrotic Wake. I think both teams have a lot to be proud of here, but it is going to be Sloth taking the 2-0 in the series, staying in the upper bracket, and sending Mythic Meme Dream Team down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's right, Dranos. It's going to be a 2-0 for Sloth, and that was one of the fastest, cleanest, craziest hauls that we've seen yet. That was an awesome run to watch from Sloth there. But on the other side, too, Mythic Meme Dream Team, like you said, should be a big threat in the lower bracket. It was good to see just cleaner runs from both teams in this one after the way Necrotic Wake went. But man, Sloth looked terrifying that run.
Yeah, that's more what we were expecting. The Necrotic Wake was a big hiccup, but this Halls of Atonement, this is the team that was able to take a map off of Echo, right? This was a great run. And I agree with what Dranos was saying at the end of that run there. MMDT, this team could definitely make a run in the lower bracket if they play like we saw in this map specifically. They played well, pretty well as well.
Yeah, that was a great point that I made. I agree.
Yeah. Good job, Dranos.
Sorrow with the absolute backstab. Okay. I see you.
But
So you get for being nice.
listen, I was so sure. I was making sure these clips are right for this dungeon, so that I just mixed up voices in
Nothing
my
else
head.
to say.
What are we looking at here?
Well, the trash on top of the second boss here is something that we don't really see too typically. We saw a couple teams pull this off earlier in the first couple cups, but it's still not usually what we see. Usually we see teams get their trash together with the first boss. Getting a little bit of extra efficient damage on the second boss is pretty useful, because usually teams just single target this down, right? With this specific comp, it's actually so important to give extra targets to generate more infernals and more shards from, and specifically also carve for bomb cooldown on your survival hunter is really, really useful. So I like to see them adding trash into places where we don't typically see teams add it in. And I want to highlight specifically this pull. They were so meticulous about how they set this up, making sure they kill that Woe Drifter relic before they go into the rest of the trash, making sure they aren't taking any extra residual damage from the relic packs. Because remember, that extra damage from the relic packs can actually add up when you factor in everything else going on here. So they're just really, really safe, really clean, setting it up perfectly. And then once you get to the top here, yeah, they take a little bit of breath damage. But once everything is nice and stacked up, you get in those infernal stuns. Everything's just perma-stun for the first 20 seconds of the pull until the infernal stun starts DRing itself. And all of those useful extra stuns on the rapid fires and the shoots from the Houndsmasters just make that pull so much clean. But this was the cap for the run right here. The fact that they were able to commit the Bloodlust on a fortified key and beat this damage check on Inquisitor Cigar, beating the second Dark Communion, this just sealed the deal on how great of a run this is. Most teams wouldn't even go for this. They just play this room safely and then save the Bloodlust for the boss, just to make sure they can get that done cleanly. But this is a huge skip right here. This probably saved them easily 45 seconds to a minute.
Dude, especially on explosive, going in that big area with all the mobs spawning explosives, such a different experience than just fighting back here, just killing the Inquisitor by itself, and line of sighting the explosives that you're seeing spawn down in the pews. Really, really good. Really good play there.
I mean, it presents quite the gauntlet has been thrown by Sloth now, because when other teams, if we have other teams going into that halls this weekend, they're gonna feel like they need to do the same thing to try to keep up, and like that pull on Inquisitor at the end is something that could go very wrong. You could end up spending a lot of extra time then and committing a Bloodlust that doesn't really gain you much. So the fact that they were able to do that and complete it so cleanly, that's gonna kind of make the other teams in this group sweat a bit. I think that's a scary map to play against Sloth on now for sure.
Yeah, that looks like a ban for whoever plays them next.
Oh yeah,
I think so. I think so.
I would say do not ban Necrotic Wing. Leave Necrotic Wing in the dungeon pool if you're against Sloth.
So that's how Black Rookhold gets through then. Gotta ban the halls. Yep. There you go. We see that tomorrow.
I'm also up for that. I think Black Rookhold would be fun, but again, Sloth just one of those teams that has been on the brink of kind of getting there, and then due to consistency not making it for the past couple of seasons under different names. But I'm a huge fan. I think they're super funny. We've seen some crazy techs coming from them, and I think it's about time that they make it. So if I had to make one call today, then I think I want to call out that I think they're going to make it this time, just for good luck.
All right. Wow. All right. The big prediction from Megs after day one: Sloth going through the global finals. That is the official prediction, right? Sloth goes through.
Wins global finals. You heard it here first.
Wins global finals. Yeah, that's right.
Like
and for the next 2 years,
Wait, I didn't say
goes
that.
undefeated. I can't believe it. That's a very bold prediction you
Never
just made.
has
I'm shocked.
any more deaths in a dungeon.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never heard
Yes,
such a
I
bold
said
prediction.
all
But
of
Megs,
that.
if you believe it,
All the deaths out of their career in that Necrotic Wake, and it's
Who am I to
just
argue?
smooth sailing from here.
that's right. That Necrotic Wake is a turning point for Sloth forever. Exactly. So they will go on to face OMEGALUL tomorrow. Meanwhile, before that, we will see Donuts in Despair versus Ethical, and then we'll move into our lower bracket where it'll be RG NORDICS versus Alpha Brawl, and then Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team. And we'll see who goes through. We're going to have a bunch of elimination matches tomorrow. Should be a good time. Saturday is always our big long day at MDI, and I think we're going to have some really great series. And if we're really lucky, Black Rookhold, which is going to be nutty. A lot of people want to ban it. Here's our layout for tomorrow as far as the maps. You can see Black Rookhold. It is in there. It's never going to be our first dungeon. We're never going to force anybody to play on it. But
Shame.
People can accidentally not ban it. We'll see what happens.
Yes,
I hope we get at least
key,
one.
Let a 21 key through.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
Play
See
the
it at
Black
least
Rookhold.
once. Yeah.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I really hope that we have a team that has actually practiced like that meticulous thing that you have to do with Blood DK and Arcane Mage and just lets you one-shot bosses. It would be so fun to watch that be played.
I've heard that's gotten nerfed, but maybe that's just by people that didn't understand how to do it, and we'll see it just still at full force. There's a lot of arcane, like, not arcane the spec, but just like esoteric tech in these old Legion dungeons that we might see.
That's
all right.
Eldritch
resurrected.
skills, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. We also get to see Gambit tomorrow to start things off on. That's going to be pretty cool. So Donuts in Despair versus Ethical. Yeah, starting out on Gambit. Here's our affixes for all of the NR levels for all the dungeons. You can see Blackrock hold a measly 21.
The old Sanguine Blackrock as well. That was even back in Legion when Sanguine was
Sanguine
much weaker
quaking.
than it currently is. That was the dungeon that Sanguine was rough in. It is extremely rough with modern Sanguine, so that's going to be something the teams have to look out for.
And quaking, that gets a little bit cramped in some of those hallways, I think. That's not a lot of room to maneuver between those two, I think.
Yeah.
But still, it's only a 21. Come on. What are you afraid of?
I'm
It's
so
a
looking
Legion
forward to
21.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. I mean, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the affix combinations this week feel a little bit harder than last week. I don't know. I'm not one to judge for sure, but I get that vibe. What do you think?
Definitely
No?
some landmines
Yes.
in there, yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I think...
Well, what would have made last week harder then in that case? I'm curious, because I do want to kind of compare the 2 weeks. So we try to keep it kind of even, but you can only do so much, you know?
I mean, it depends on like the play from dungeon level to tyrannical fortified, and then if it's fortified, what's the rest of it? Because if it's like 21 tyrannical, then the later affixes don't even matter as much. But if it's like a 24 fortified and it's also bolstering, then that is so scary. So it really is that kind of like, what dungeon level are we on? Are we looking for like crazy scary trash, or are we looking for crazy scary bosses, and then what makes it harder? So I'm not sure if it's in general harder. I think there's some dungeons that were tough last weekend that are now a little bit easier, and then there are some dungeons this weekend that are tough.
For reference.
Oh
yeah.
There's last week's dungeons. So for example, the Mist of Tyrna site last week with Sanguine Grievous, I thought that was a pretty mean comp.
Yeah, although now
Similar
it's
to the
tyrannical.
halls.
Yeah. There's a lot less, like, there's not as much necrotic and bolstering here. You can see only one necrotic, only one bolstering last week, right? I think we have a bit more of those affixes that can be a little bit more lethal or slow, respectively. So, yeah, I mean, both weeks are definitely, they have some easier and some harder dungeons. I will say, I think this week, the fact, like, I think we have 4 really world-class teams in our bracket this week. That means the level of competition is just so high. These teams are pushing each other so much. You want to wake up early and make sure you catch the first 2 matches tomorrow, the upper bracket tomorrow. Those are both going to be so phenomenal, and definitely must-watches for any MDI fans.
True.
You know, and
Or
honestly,
if you're
that-
in Europe,
oh.
just get up at a normal time and tune in the evening.
Okay, well.
Okay, so you're just flexing on all of us right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Dranos, how was
Well-
your day today? Woke up for sound check, then took a 3-hour nap, right?
Yeah, pretty good. Don't mind if I do.
Sounds that bad. Yeah. Hey,
Won't be able
you
to
know,
do that tomorrow. Got to catch those upper bracket matches at the start of the day.
you know, some of us in the U.S. are used to waking up early in the morning for WoW-related
Well, that's
things.
a
You got to see
whole
what's in the vault,
different
you know.
flex.
Yeah.
I suppose. Well,
I'm
It's gonna be
used
interesting to
getting
see
up at
who-
a normal human time. All right.
Wow. Okay,
that
geez.
doesn't sound very esports to me. Getting up at normal human times, who does that?
Yeah, I mean, you just said you did, kind of.
Well, I mean, we have to do when we have call times that early, I suppose. But either way, it's going to be a great Group C. I think we're about wrapped up for the day. You know, one thing I want to say before we get going here is it's Mother's Day this weekend as well. So there's your early notice. It's Friday now. You've still got time to put in like flower orders, whatever you need to do, whatever you want to like pick up for your mom, show some love, right? So there you go. You're welcome. I mean, I would normally forget too, because until like the day of, because I am terrible at remembering that kind of thing.
Oh, reminder to
Fun
yourself.
story about that. I asked my mom if she wanted to do something for Mother's Day, and she was like, "No, I'm busy, but we can do a Discord call next week."
Wow. Some people just don't take that holiday as seriously as others. It's fine.
That sounds like a trap. It sounds like she really wants you to do something, but doesn't want to actually say it.
Oh,
yeah, I think
could be
you should throw a
reverse
surprise
psychology,
party.
is what you're saying.
Yeah.
She's not home. She
Well,
went on a trip
out
that
where
you
she
know
was.
of.
That makes it all the more surprising.
It's a mystery. We've got a mystery on our hands here. We'll see what we can figure out. What's over the weekend. Stay tuned. It's an ongoing storyline now, I guess. But that's going to do it for the day. I real quick thoughts. I don't like to go without getting final thoughts from our people on the desk here. So Dratnos, go ahead. Tell us what you learned today.
Yeah, I mean, 4 top teams, all the teams that won today, Donuts in Despair, OMEGALUL, Ethical, Sloth have all looked so strong. So Clash of the Titans tomorrow. Not usually we wait till Sunday to see like 2 great teams play in the upper bracket, but tomorrow we got 4 great teams in the upper bracket. Looking forward to it.
Max, how about you?
I mean, I already kind of called it. I think Sloth will be very scary for the upper bracket. And I do think the Mythic Meme Dream Team is a lot scarier than people thought it would be. Just looking at what's waiting in the lower bracket. I'm really excited for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be sick. Final thoughts, though, from you, Ironic.
I really want to see what that Donuts of Despair team can do. They've played, a few of them have played at MDI's past, and they were, pretty solid. A lot of them played under a team called Goosey Bad, who was a pretty good, 4th place team. But this team looks like they can be so much better than that, and I'm really looking forward to see what they bring to the table tomorrow. Looks like they were kind of holding back a little bit today.
Oh, all right. So tomorrow the training weights come off. Everyone goes Super Saiyan. We see who moves on a little bit farther and who avoids elimination. It's going to be a great day of Mythic Dungeon International, and we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Yet again, until then, go play some WoW, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.